If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, I swear to God, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan, I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan, get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one Stunlock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Assault Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from formerly kind of sunny, but right now mostly sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's a beautiful day out here in sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. That was Cam Kardashian's Hospilled. 76 degrees and mostly sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. I'm live, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic one because it's Sunday, December 17th, 2023, and we are at the precipice. We are about to end. We are about to end the year. That's right, the year is about to end, which is crazy to me. Holy shit, how quickly this one went by. Did you see the new One Piece announcement yet? I have no idea what you're talking about because I haven't really been online. That's right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, what is this One Piece remake of the One Piece? Oh my God, that's actually pretty crazy news. They just announced that they're doing a new FMA Brotherhood style One Piece anime remake by the studio that did Vinland and AOT. That seems insane. Anyway, Indian Hasan raid, thank you for the raid, Indian Hasan. That seems incredible news. All right, but yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, what's going on in the universe of HasanAbi Piker. Apparently, new One Piece, that's a pretty big fucking deal. But anyway, yesterday we had a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys were in here. Maybe you were, maybe you weren't. Maybe you hate fun and hate new experiences, and you were like, oh, ew, no politics. I'm not going to be there. But let me tell you, we went to a dancing studio. We went to a dancing studio to learn the art, the sport of pole dancing yesterday. And obviously, I'm going to look through some of the funniest memes. Hopefully, we have some of the funnier memes on OK Buddy. Maybe I was thinking maybe we could do OK Buddy Sunday. But Yes, I have seen the new Fallout trailer like 100 times, I think. How's Blau so good is a question I have asked myself many times yesterday. And then afterwards, after the striptease experience, I, as a stripper by day, the Grinch by night, a thespian by night, immediately came back. Didn't even shower, which is kind of nasty, I'm gonna be honest with you. Didn't even shower and went right into Cutie Cinderella's Christmas special. What? Extra Emily just rubs me the wrong way, which sucks because Olivia and Blau, I just can't stand her and dipped immediately. Okay, that's weird. I like her. She's great. You don't have to, you know? That's a weird thing to say. Anyway, she's cool. She's very cool. She's very nice. Okay, we're gonna look at the One Piece trailer and all that stuff. Don't worry, I'm gonna do all of that. Jesus Christ, you guys are getting ahead of yourselves. But yeah, I'll just the Luigi Grinch was some good shit. Lol, good job. Couple of memes for the blast off. Hopefully they're good enough. When you said Will was in the WoW raid, I dipped and watched that. Lol, but been hyped about that and for gore. Yeah, I don't care. You guys can choose to watch whatever you want. Like this is entertainment. You know what I mean? You don't have any obligations to me. What the fuck? Why do people tell me stuff like this? It's so odd. Ultimate Vampire, kill yourself. That's sick. Wow, that's awesome. Why is Hasan so negative, bro? Loser, horrible person. You need to get some help, bro. You suck. Kill yourself. And then once again, kill yourself. Yeah, I apologize for being the negative one here. I know. Really sucks when I'm the negative one. Like, I turned on the camera approximately 4 minutes ago. This guy's in the chat to be like, kill yourself. That's wild. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, so I had a lot of fun yesterday being an actor. Chad's being weird again because he took a day off and a tad bit later than usual. I didn't take a day off. I still streamed yesterday. Anyway, it's because I didn't interact with chat yesterday, which is like basically the same as me taking a day off at that point. I didn't actually take a day off, but I didn't end up interacting with chat in the same way that I normally would, which is in the eyes of chat, basically like taking a day off. Will you discuss how the Israeli occupied force buried Gaza hospital patients alive? No, I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. No politics on Sunday. It's Sunday Funday. We're not doing politics today. And, but I will, I have a lot to talk about on Monday. Don't worry. I have it all lined up. No politics on Sunday. But yeah, happy birthday, Fizz. Okay, but gay Senate sex though? I mean, gay sex in the Senate I've discussed for the past 2 days. Okay. SNL plus more reacts galore. Possible no pixel later. Yeah, because the Irishman. Tony O'Sullivan. Yeah, no politics on the Sabbath. Holy shit. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Recapping my stripper experience and thespian run as the Italian Grinch. SNL and more reacts galore. Possible no pixel later is Donnie O'Sullivan, Yakuza Irishman. New One Piece remake. Dude, I should have Matt on. I should just hit him up and be like, yo, pull up. Talk to me about this new remake as a fan. What do you think about that? You know, that sort of thing. I can't believe you were an Italian Grinch. That's basically the place you disgust me, pretty much. Have you talked about Jujutsu Kaisen or seen Jujutsu Kaisen? I have. And for Jujutsu Kaisen, I have something to explain to you guys. I wish you'd push back a little on the pole instructor trying to pretend strippers didn't invent pole dancing. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know the actual history of pole dancing that well, and I didn't want to actually say something yesterday to her because in her mind, she's a pole dancing instructor. She knows a shit ton of strippers, right? So she's not anti-sex work, but I suspect that she thinks most people are anti-sex work. No, that's actually really interesting. Like, debate the pole instructor is really stupid. Obviously, you guys are, being silly billies. But I did notice that when we were having conversations and I brought up like stripping or whatever in like a joking manner, I definitely was a little bit more reserved with her because I got the vibes that like she's not going to be anti-sex work at all, obviously, but she doesn't know who we are or who I am. So she probably thinks we're anti-sex work, because the reality is most people are anti-sex work, and therefore a lot of those like pole fitness girls are probably, you know, they want to like disassociate from the stigma of sex work because they want to present this as like a genuine fitness workout, which it was, by the way. I'm fucked up. Why would you be anti-sex work while taking a pole dance? When I'm fucked up, that's the real me. Would you be down to take a commission to draw album art? What? Album art? You want me to draw album art? I don't understand. More or less fucked up than after dodgeball? I mean, I'm just tired. I mean, I still played basketball this morning. It's not even a thing. Like, it's not like a... I'll be honest with you guys. All right, here. I blasted off, by the way. Let the people know. Let the people know. Sunday Fun Day is unlocked, unleashed upon us. It's happening. It's going on. I'll tell you this much. For me, I did not think that I would be able to do any of the pole dancing stuff. And like the last time I had to do calisthenics outside of like a workout setting where I had to like move my body around in a way that I was unfamiliar with, I don't think I could work that well. I think for my size, I did phenomenal. Like I wasn't sexy, right? I was goofy as fuck, obviously. But I was looking through the videos, and I do say, if I do say so myself, I think I did a pretty fucking decent job. I think I did a pretty decent job for how big I am. A lot of people don't realize like how hard that kind of stuff is for especially someone who's like throwing 245 pounds around, you know? You look pretty graceful, man, especially with the leg kick and climb as a fellow big boy. You kind of ate. Oh, this is like the here, I mean, this is basically the whole this is the highlight reel, right? I mean, let's do it. Let's look at the highlight reel. Parasocially recommending a ballet class. I think you bring slightly self-conscious was holding you back, but you sure did great. All I'm saying is, look at this.
Convict music.
Problem is, a lot of this is not even, I can't even listen to this music, but it'll get me clapped. But a lot of this stuff, a lot of this stuff is just like weight counterweight. It's all about balance. It's all about push and pull. It's not necessarily about like too much strength. I mean, obviously you need to have like a decent amount of core strength. As a pole dancer for the past 7 years, I can say that you did a great job yesterday, all of you. It's mostly about trusting yourself and then also the strength of your hands. It's a great start to pole dancing using aids like pole grip lotions and powders. I do wish that the instructor adjusted your arm placement. It would have helped your shoulders not crack as much. Yeah.
See you whining and grinding up on that pole. I know you see me looking at you, and you already know I wanna fuck you. You already know I wanna fuck you. You already know, girl.
Money in the air as Mofil. Grab you by your coattail, take you to the motel, wholesale. Don't tell, won't tell. Baby say I don't talk, dog, but she told on me. Oh well, take a picture with me. What the flick gon' do? Baby, stick to me, and I'ma stick on you. If you pick me, then I'ma pick on you. D-O-double-G, and I'm here to put this dick on you.
The craziest part was being able to actually climb the pole after, at first I thought, I don't get why people like powerlifting. Doesn't it cause joint and nerve problems? I'm gonna be honest with you. At first I thought there's no shot I'm gonna be able to actually climb this thing. And then I did it and I was like, God damn, like I'm actually up here. What the hell?
And yours is right. Rip riding the poles and them doors is tight. And I'ma get me a shot for the end of the night. Cause pussy is pussy.
God, I got some fucking... I don't want nobody to ever tell a lie, okay? That at the top of the hour, there isn't a 2-minute ad break, 3-minute ad break, because there is, okay? And I don't want anybody to ever tell a lie that I skip leg day, because I got some fucking pythons, dude. Not pythons, actually. I got some pylons. I got some columns down there, some Roman columns, okay? I'm holding that shit up. I'm holding that shit up like it's a fucking Colosseum. Get at me, okay? Them Anatolian anacondas. Where the calves, though? I mean, that is all genetic. I don't know what you're talking about. Plus, my calves are pretty big, too. That's just copium from you. The great art from you from last night, yeah. It's As a big boy, it's hard to skip leg day when you spend your whole life carrying a ton of weight. I'm just saying, let's just stop there for a second and take a look at these steppers, okay? As someone that lifts, those squats are fucking legends. Squats doing, yeah, these are some good ass quads, man. Don't even fucking play. Don't even play with me, okay? Here's a 3-minute ad break now, actually.
Baby, I'm pussy for life.
Sunday fun day. Every day's been fun day this week. Lamau, no. Got a little bit of fucking hammy work going on too. I mean, look at that. God damn. That shit hurt a lot. What hurt a lot was like it was like that probably was like the most muscle. That probably was the most like muscle soreness I experienced. You know when you do my friends call it good girl, bad girl, which is kind of misogynistic, but the innie versus outie thing, like the machines, like your inner thigh machines, like it's the only time you ever use that. Like the only time you ever actually activate those as much as or directly is when you're abductors, yeah, whatever they're called. I don't know. But adductors and hip abductors. Okay, so normally those like obviously work in unison with the rest of your muscles when you're doing compound exercises, or they're you know, you use them a lot when you're doing single leg exercises and stuff like that. However, you never like hyper focus on them except for when you're trying to crack open a watermelon or when you're trying to hold yourself up on that pole. That was, I mean, I still have like a little bit of soreness in there. Like,
so you're looking at me now, what it's gonna be? Just another tease far as I can see. Trying to get you up out this club. If it means spinning.
And then the other thing that hurt a lot was when you're climbing, your like this part bruises a lot. Like your ankle, I guess, bruises a lot.
Throwing about 30 stacks in the back, make it rain like that. Cause I'm far from a scrub. You know my pedigree. Ex-dealer used to move amphetamines. Girl, I spend money like it don't mean nothing. And besides, I got a thing for you. I see you whining and grinding up on that pole. I know you see me looking at you, and you already know I wanna fuck you.
How was the chaffing? Oh, you mean the chafing? The chafing was not great. But this was like, I mean, the sit was like one of the hardest ones, I think. Are you watching fan cams of yourself? I mean, this is like a pretty solid. Now I want to do rock climbing. Like, I've never actually done that. I've never actually like rock climbed a lot. So now I kind of want to do that. What is your ape index? I don't know what that means. My trainers are insane at that. Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah. I think Kaya saw a bug and like perked up. Bro, so much shit happening today. You're really not going to do any news? Yeah, man. It's Sunday, dog. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to not fucking even stream today? Just like, is that better for you? I know a lot of shit's happening. Okay? There's no other news broadcast on the fucking planet where you go, oh, I'm sorry. Really fucked up. You should definitely continue doing your normal coverage instead of whatever the fuck you have planned now. You should try mountain biking. It's got my legs real big for my size. Nah, I don't have time for stuff like that. Dr. Mike House review? God damn. Best Daily Dose 2023. We'll take a look at that too. Anyway, this morning I played basketball with Ted Nivison, and it was awesome. It was fun. What about what happened in the Senate? I talked about what happened in the Senate a lot since it happened. I haven't stopped talking about it. Skip the Italian Grinch recap. I mean, yeah, I did a Italiano Grinch, and I hope people liked it. It was favorite TikTok actors back with another bang.
Sorry.
Oh my god, not this guy. New Hall of Fame Italian mobster just dropped. Tommy DeVito's agent Sean Stellato wearing his National Italian American Hall of Fame jacket already ahead of the Giants game. He was inducted last week. What is happening with this guy? I wish you did a normal voice, lol, but this was good too. Come on, man. It's supposed to be fun. See this? Something for you.
So nice talking to you today. Honestly, I've never met anyone like you.
The world is harsh, except you.
What?
It was so
What the fuck? Excited to announce version 1.0. Excited to announce version 1.0 of Digi, the future of AI romantic companionship for iOS and Android. You got to do a Luigi no pixel character one day. Your voice is hilarious, bro. I mean, look, honestly, hold on. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. Here's a controversial opinion. Okay, they made a goon bot, right? So you can fucking zerk off. This AI is mid. Call me when Sex 2 finally releases. Yeah, Pussy 2. Obambe tried to fucking unveil Pussy 2, and you guys weren't ready for that. Okay, you just weren't ready for that. But anyway, listen. Point is, this will preoccupy a lot of school shooters. Okay, like or people who are like at the precipice of doing such things. You know what I mean? Like motherfuckers will be out there like about to write a manifesto, right? And then they see this and they're like, all right, fuck it. I'm just gonna goon my face off to this. And I feel like on that note, it's like it's a objective good for society. He didn't drop Pussy 2 because he was too busy getting his dick sucked by a toothless crackhead. True. That's true. But you also can't. Here, 2 Grinch clips from yesterday.
How dare you enter the Grinch's lair? The impudence, the audacity, the unmitigated gall.
My name is Cindy Lou Who.
Even now, the terror is welling up inside of you.
I'm not scared.
Doubt? Another unmistakable sign of the heebie-jeebies. Now you're doomed. Run for your life. Danger. Danger.
Maybe you need a timeout.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, bro. This is the most disgusting pasta face anyone's ever put on. Straight up. I did it. I fucking did that shit. Okay? Damn, dog. I didn't know you were a theater kid. First of all, how much liberty did you take with the script? I've never watched The Grinch. I have no idea who any of these fucking characters are. I don't know. I know Grinch is like the ugly dude that just hates Christmas. I know that. I know that shit, right? I feel like it's kind of messed up that Cutie Cinderella constantly puts me in a position where I'm like the guy who hates Christmas, which is funny because like I like Christmas. I like the concept of Christmas. I'm just unfamiliar with the game. You know what I mean? I haven't experienced it as a child growing up. I just kind of looked at it from afar, right? In Turkey, I told you guys, we do New Year's kind of like Christmas because we just have to fake it. Like we don't have it because, you know, it's Muslim country and all. So, yeah, we don't have that fun shit. We don't have that good shit. So what do? We just fake it. We fucking make it up.
It's very difficult to turn these pages.
Mr. Grinch, I came to invite you to be Holiday Cheermeister.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Is because they are the main characters for the most part, and she know you axe your tits off, so she gives you good roles. I mean, it's like the Grinch is supposed to sound like Jim Carrey. You think you'll play the finals soon? Man, I don't have anybody to play with, okay? I would like your input on this. The fuck's
Will
this?
the Dodgers assassinate Shohei Ohtani? He just signed a $700 million contract.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard, man. The answer is yes, bro. He's only getting $2 million a year out of that $700 million, waiting for the end of his contract. They're gonna use my boy. They're gonna use my boy and then fucking discard him like his yesterday's trash. Okay, by the end of his fucking contract. Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Contract with them. It's for 10 years, but he's.
I love this. I love that. Like this merges, you know, sports analysis by randoms with like what TikTok is basically designed for at this point, which is conspiracy theories, right? As soon as you hear this music in the background, that like you hear that song and you know shit's about to pop off. Like someone is about to say the most unhinged, most insane thing you've ever heard in your entire goddamn life.
He's actually only going to be paid $2 million a year over the course of this contract. The rest of this will be deferred, and it's going to be paid out without interest between 2034 and 2043.
The thing I don't understand is like, wait, why are there so many kill yourselves today? What is happening? This is like, people see Sunday Funday. People see Sunday Funday on the title, and they're like, this is my opportunity. I'm going to come in there real quick. I'm going to come in there real quick and be like, fuck you, dude. Kill yourself, dog. Hell yeah. I'm going to fucking spread the holiday cheers, dude.
So my first thought is,
because the holidays are rough and they're screaming at Amir Hassan. But it's like you did pole dancing on stream, so a new rotation of haters. But it doesn't make sense because it's like, bro, I mean, part of the reason why I stream during this process, part of the reason why I stream during this time frame, during the holidays, is literally because I do know that for many people, they ain't got nothing else going on. You know what I mean? Did you blast off? I didn't get an alert you were live. I did blast off, but I did it early, so not many people probably saw it. Yeah, should talk about something less controversial, like Israel-Palestine. True. I blasted off earlier already. You pissed off the Swifties yesterday? Did I? I mean, dude, when the fucking podcast comes out, they'll be even more pissed, I guess, then. Talk about Lily Singh? Why? Oh, but the thing I was going to say, you know what? Let me just fucking, I'm all over the place right now. Let's finish this TikTok, and then I'll give you my take on Jujutsu Kaisen.
People, these billionaires who own the Dodgers, they're just going to have him killed. Known quitter Magic Johnson, you really think he's going to be happy when that bill comes up? Especially if they don't end up winning a World Series or Ohtani has like major injury issues. These guys are not going to be happy to be paying up in the future. But do these guys know any assassins to hire? One of them could find them very easily, and that's Todd Boehly. Todd Boehly is one of the owners of the Chelsea Football Club, and he bought it from Roman Abramovich.
Chelsea Football Club.
Abramovich lives in this world. He had financial ties to Putin. Some people say they're friends, I don't know. He apparently might have been poisoned by Russia recently. This player's father was kidnapped, and he said Abramovich came up to him, and he's like, do you want me to send people over? I can get this taken care of. So he's just one phone call away for this Dodgers group to be like, hey, who's the best on the market? Compared to the rest of the money that...
I feel like the Los Angeles Doyers franchise will be able to find a fucking hitman way faster than like having to go to Abramovich.
Ohtani is owed. Hiring a hitman is pretty cheap. I found this website. They said they collected these prices from publicly available news reports, academic studies, and other public sources. So this is the price of hit.
Okay, now I feel like this guy's veering off into the territory of like, here's how to assassinate Ohtani. Like at first he was like, oh, it'd be crazy if like the Doyers actually assassinated him, right? To like, here's how you can hire a hitman and the going rate for what the hitmen are. Also, oh my God, bro, India's got the cheapest shit. What the fuck? And Mexico too? Mexico, $85 for a hitman? I am not going back to Mexico, bro. What the fuck?
Man. So is this credible? Couldn't matter less to me. But just look at all these prices. It's nothing. Even in the U.S., it's nothing. Another thing about Ohtani's contract is that he'll be taxed on where he's living when he gets the money, not based off the California taxes where he earned it. And so he's going to be moving around somewhere. Who knows where he goes? He might have some compound in the middle of nowhere where he resides. Avoid that tax burden. And so I think this could turn into a John Wick type situation where, like, even John Wick at his peak, that it got up only to 40 million, right? So that's nothing for the rest of Ohtani's money. So I think we could have a John Wick.
Fun fact, we convert the last band into John Wick. $40 million. The berries, he would be worth 36 billion berries, more than 6 times the bounty of Goldie Roger.
Situation where they put out a global bounty.
Wait, $40 million? Dude, the dollar to berry conversion is out of control. What the fuck? Yo, someone needs to fix the economy of East Blue and all of those other places, honestly. The one world government economy is so fucked. That's crazy. Shit's out here looking like Argentina, dog. What the hell? If someone ever threatened my life with a hitman, I would pose as a hitman and get hired to do it myself. Then I would take off my mask and say, I'll do it right now for free. Then do myself right in front of him, changing his life forever. Jesus.
Everyone's going after Ohtani. It would be pretty easy to cover up because people who get a lot of money, people are after them all the time. He might not even be safe in Japan if the Shogun returns and the Shogun doesn't like him or wants to collect those earnings for himself.
Taylor Swift breaks political silence to throw support behind restoring the shogunate to throne of Japan.
And this is seeming increasingly more likely, like Taylor Swift recently came out and threw her support behind restoring a shogun to Japan. So if I'm Ohtani, I'm going to be incredibly nervous. I don't know what he has in the contract. Will his family members be paid if he perishes? And if that's the case, will the assassins go after the rest of the family too? I don't know. If I'm him, I'm thinking I'm just going to have the biggest target on my back in the entire world. I'm nervous.
This is a very funny bit. I like it because it's like, it's just so insanely stupid. What is this? Gaylor update. Gaylor update. Taylor Swift was photographed leaving Sandra Bullock's lesbian bar after celebrating her 34th birthday in New York City. Delete before the Gaylor see this post is too late. Wait, she's holding hands with a woman too? That's gay as hell, bro. Yo, Gaylor's on top. Let's go, baby. As you guys know, I'm a Gaylor. And you know it's hard out there for us Gaylors because there's so much homophobia, you know? There's so much homophobia that plays a role in the way that society views Taylor Swift being gay. Okay? And everybody knows when you go to a gay club, you're gay as hell. Okay? That's way gayer. Holding a woman's hand, gay. Going to a gay club and holding a woman's hand, super gay. It's like basically, it's like getting a lease on a fucking Subaru. Okay? That's it. You've basically solidified it. It's like the trifecta. Holding hands with a woman, going to a gay bar, specifically a lesbian bar. That's like way gayer than a gay bar. Oh my God. Okay? And then on top of that, if you get a fucking Subaru, if you purchase a Subaru, you put a down payment on it, it's over. It's the most jover. She gay as hell. Love her skirt, by the way. Her toes are trying to escape. I'm just saying. I just want to fucking be honest, you know? Korean couple smoking and crying to sad music, ancient ritual of my people. What the fuck? Wait, did Sandra Bullock finally come out as gay? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't keep up with this shit. I just know that Taylor Swift is Gaylor. I'm Gaylor. I'm a Gaylor for Taylor. What was your Jujutsu Kaisen take? My Jujutsu Kaisen take was that I don't understand the combat system. Like, I think it's very well drawn, and I just kind of watch it, and I think, wow, this is very well drawn, and it's cool. But I literally am too embarrassed to ask at this point. Like, I don't understand the combat system. I don't understand the abilities that well. Sometimes, like, there'll be like a new character. One thing I will say is this, okay? Every episode of Jujutsu Kaisen starts off so fucking randomly that, like, anytime I open up the new episode, I'm like, fuck, did I miss an episode? What just happened? Because I'm watching it like week after week, right? It's like one of the only shows where I watch like week after week. And it always opens up with like an inexplicable concept. It could be literally a flashback. It could be a flash forward. It could be whatever the fuck's going on. It could be a whole different damn show. And you just sit there and you're like, what did I miss from the last episode? And then you have to go through the goddamn Crunchyroll user interface, which is one of the hardest user interfaces to navigate on the fucking planet, and then go back and find like the older episode, which is like another 15-minute process, okay? And then you click on the previous episode and you're like, oh no, I did actually watch the previous episode. It just turns out that this new episode started off without giving you any like notice on what we're doing, okay? And then, you know, I finally sit down and I'm like, okay, I guess we're just in a totally different time frame here. And then they introduce a character, and I'm like, did I know this character? Where did this fucking guy come from? It seems like everybody knows him. I can't remember this guy. What the hell's going on? So then, you know, I watch it because it's beautiful. I mean, it's so well drawn. I do love the hyper realistic, like, you know, the Shibuya train station is like 1-to-1, right? In the Shibuya arc, like the train station is redrawn, and I think that that's very cool. Okay, and the fight sequences are incredible, some of the best. But having said that, I don't fully understand the combat mechanic, and I'm too afraid to ask people at this point. I feel like people are gonna bully me. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't fully get it. I'll tell you this much: I don't know what the fucking names of the characters are, and it's like it's mostly my fault. Right? It's mostly my fault for not knowing what the names of the characters are. And like half the characters, I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. Right? Obviously not these two. Like, I know him as like blind guy who's not blind with beautiful eyes. And then main guy with a demon in him. He's got that dog in him. Right? That's how I know them. Yes. HasanAbi I have this problem in every anime. No, it's not every anime thing for me. I feel like Jujutsu Kaisen is so front-loaded like Bleach with like a ton of characters. Like Jujutsu Kaisen very much, very similar to Bleach, has like like a core squad, certainly, but even the core squad, you're just like, what the fuck? I don't know what the fucking backstory is. Like, did one of them die? What's happening right now? And then there is like a shit ton of characters. It's so stacked that you're just like, I don't know what the fuck is happening here. It's not political. Hasan doesn't remember the anime. I mean, that's not true. This is exactly my experience watching Lamau. I just enjoy the animation and fight scene and don't worry too much about anything else. No, for me, it's like, guys, it's anime. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be a chore. There's no homework that you need to do to fucking understand anime, okay? This is something that I've brought up about One Piece as well. There's certain aspects of One Piece where it like becomes a chore sometimes, like if the pacing is really bad. Shouts out to Toei for that. But like the point is like if there are too many fucking characters, right? And like there isn't enough like memorability or diversity amongst the characters. I mean, they are diverse from one another, but like it just becomes like a confusing process, and the combat system is just, you know, not approachable for me. That's just my fault, you know. Will Neff, I will be playing One Piece. I'll be playing No Pixel later. I don't know exactly when. I want to do a little bit of fucking React Randall stuff. You know what I mean? It gets so much harder to remember characters in the manga right now. It feels next to impossible without taking time out of your day to study. I did not fully watch Bleach. I used to read a lot of Bleach, and I just like kind of gave up on it. Mostly because I grew up in Turkey, and we don't have any of the mangas, so I would only read it when I was in America. You mean like domain expansion versus a single domain, which they never really explain? Yeah, like everybody's got like some kind of hockey ass like thing that they can do. Like they got the spirit in them, right? Like they could do spirit bomb style shit. But then also some of them don't have the spirit in them, and they're only like purely physical, like that chick who got sliced up and diced up by that fucking sushi tuna character. You know what I mean? The dude who's basically fucking a tuna roll who has his own domain expansion too. And then it's like you got the enemies that are like curses, but then some of the enemies are humans, but then they're also working with the curses, which are pretty bitch made if you think about it. And then they like turn the fucking humans into curses too. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's just too much. It's just too much. Maki is explained in the first season, bro. It's like, all right, well, no, anyone can do a simple domain, but due to clan politics, they don't teach anyone. Okay, well, I guess that's a thing. Ultimately, for me, the fights are sick. So I watch it, and I'm like, wow, these are some cool-ass fights, man. No slander. Oh, my God, please, I'm begging you, just watch a TikTok breakdown. I'm not even slandering. I enjoy it. Oh, my God, I enjoy it. But then there's also, like, a cursed technique ability that brings back a dude, and you're like, who's this dude? And then the dude is, like, half dead guy, and then he overpowers the person, the grandmother that like brought back the dude, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? Is this guy just like a fighting guy? And he's just a fighting ass dude, you know what I mean? He just knows how to fight really fast, and he doesn't have like curse powers because unfortunately he's just like dead, I think, but his spirit has taken over this other fucking guy, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck just happened here at all. But goddamn, he's popping off. And then he goes into a domain. He goes into the sushi tuna domain. And you're like, how the fuck did he get in here? It's crazy. This guy's in the sushi tuna domain. And now he's chopping this motherfucker up. He's actually turning him into the tuna. Okay? And it's like, where'd this whole come from? And then why? You need to watch this with a manga reader so they can explain? All right, dude. I mean, that's where you lost me. That guy is from the movie. I watched it after, and it made more sense. It's like, okay, bro. Well, that's pretty crazy to me then, because it's like, oh, we got side missions. Like, I have to do side missions to understand what the fuck's going on. Oh, this character that, like, you don't really remember is introduced once again, but if you do your homework, like, you'll be able to understand it. And it's like, and I've heard from people that, like, the manga is even more confusing. And actually that like the show does a pretty decent job of explaining the system. And for me, it's like, well, if that's the case, I'm cooked, okay? Because goddamn, dude. Gigi, the author, he has said himself that he doesn't understand the power system fully. Wait, what do you mean? What? The fucking author himself doesn't get it? What the hell are we doing? He's like, I've created something too much. I've created something so powerful, it is like, it's gone beyond. The combat is just running at each other and exploding. I mean, yeah. If I inverse that curse energy and double it, then I redirect it to the inverse square of your aura. I can triple. Yeah, bro. That was, okay. what you're doing, this guy is not even joking. Okay? This motherfucker's not joking. He is verbatim copy pasting how blind guy who's not blind describes his power. Okay? If I showed that shit to you, you would never watch Jujutsu Kaisen. Because honestly, that seems like nerd shit. Okay? That unironically seems, to me, like such next level nerd shit where you're just like, my brain hurts. I want to turn my fucking brain off. You're dramatic. Dude, okay, now I gotta find a clip of him literally doing that, okay? What's the name of the blind guy who's not blind? Yeah, but isn't it nice to have a show where the spoilers don't even make sense if someone types them? Yeah, exactly. Gojo explains his power, okay? Here. When I explain this to you, what the fuck? This guy literally made a YouTube video, Gojo's power explained in 5 minutes. This guy needed to take 5 minutes to explain it, dog. What the fuck? This guy took 14 minutes to explain it. I mean, this shit's fucking hard, dude. Here.
What is up, guys?
No, I don't want to hear, I want to hear him say it. Because there's literally a moment in the battle where he just basically explains it himself personally. Oh, I think this is it. This isn't even it.
天下唯我独尊順天と反転それぞれの無限を衝突させることで生成される仮想の質量を押し出す挙式紫
This isn't even it. It's like what I'm talking about is when he's like fighting the triple mud guy. Oh, is this the guy that chopped up the tuna, by the way? I think he explains like the math equation behind it. Okay, now it's starting to make sense to me. He just looks way more yacked here than he does when he's like revitalized and inside of another person's body. So honestly, that's the reason why I was like confused. But I think this is the one. Oh. By the way, there's like a ton of instances where he explains his power, okay? I did watch the season.
僕はこのまま握手してもいいんだけどまだまだ無限はね至るところにあるんだよ術式判定
Bro, this motherfucker explains his technique like 8 times and it's still confusing. And each time he explains it, it gets more confusing. Okay? Shut the fuck up with spoilers. There's no way you're going to comprehend what he's describing for it to even be a spoiler. Okay? That's the funniest part. People are like, oh no, spoilerinos. And it's like, no, they're not a spoiler. Because you want to know why they're not a spoiler? Because you don't know what the fuck's going on. So shut the fuck up about it being a spoiler. You have no idea what he's going to describe to you here. He's always explaining his shit. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is another one of the moments where he explains it here.
いけるね
何今の
術式対象の自動選択かそう正確に言うと術式対象は俺だけど今までマニュアルでやってたのをオートマにした重力は負のエネルギー肉体の強化はできても再生することはできないだから負のエネルギー同士を掛け合わせて正のエネルギーを生むそれが反転術式前からやってた勝因の省略は完璧赤と青それぞれの複数同時発動もぼちぼちあとの課題は領域と長距離の瞬間移動かなジョーカー実験用のラット貸してや
サトルは最強になった
Yeah, what? How has he become the strongest? We don't know. You want to know why we don't know? Because nobody knows what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Jujutsu Kaisen is the leftist meme of animes where you're like, oh, you want to understand the combat system, dude? For one guy? You want to understand the power and the combat system for one fucking guy alone? Yeah, that's going to take 8 seasons, and he's going to describe it before he fights every single time, okay? Before he goes into battle, he's going to explain it to you, and you're not going to understand it. You're going to come out of the situation way more confused. There's also, like, a math component in it, too. Like, the old guy who basically just, like, does frame-by-frame combat, his combat mechanics are way easier to understand than this shit. You know what I mean? He does math. No, I'm telling you, this fucking guy does math all the time. He's like, oh, I'm doing math equations. And then there's somehow like, bro, this guy busted out a Wikipedia page for it. Look at this. Gojo's curse technique is like the convergent infinite number that appears in Achilles and the Tortoise, brought into reality. However, the infinite number involved in Gojo's curse technique is fantasy. The repeating addition of numbers gives birth to a fictitious zero and an unknown derived from dividing zero. That's why it's called limitless. Thanks to this, not only can he slow down moving objects, he can create spaces that seem to suck in objects.
Gojo's curse technique is fantasy. That because of the convergent of infinite series.
Yeah, bro, he literally explains it. Like, it's not... My technique involves the convergence of an infinite series. Things that approach me, slow down, and never reach the target. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dog. Get the absolute fuck out of here. Are you fucking joking? Look at this. Look at this. Look. The reason I decided to go with natural negative numbers instead of negative numbers is because anyone trying to discredit the logic would just end up saying, whatever, this is made up. Anyway, with regards to my excuse reasoning, S is 1 divided by 2 plus 1 divided by 4 plus 1 divided by 8. It's like fucking calculus, dude, or some shit. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? In this manner, when counting, no person exists who can reach the end, right? For this reason, one cannot say a natural negative number. Dude, it's an anime, man. No, don't say dog is an anime. Calm down. That's my point. That's my fucking point. My point is, this motherfucker's doing math equations for his power. Oh my god. You just can't comprehend it because of inferior American brain. Unlike me, true samurai who studied the blade of imperial Japanese culture, you'll never find a waifu, stay mad loser. True. This guy owned me, dude. I'm fucking owned, okay? I'm owned. There's nothing I got. Anyway, here's my Gojo math equation. Republican Gagler. What I believe in. Taylor is LGBT. Taylor and Carly Kloss were dating. Harry Style is gay. Not Harry Styles, Harry Style. The Second Amendment, Jesus Christ, conservative family values, and 2 genders. What I'm against, Tay-Tay's beard and her behavior. Legalize marriage for LGBT. Children are not LGBT. Bullying Swifties. And the haters. This is me. This is what I believe. Anyway, while we were doing anime shit, here before we get to my anime, which is Bilmar Israel Palestine, where the fuck is it? We're gonna look at we're gonna look at One Piece. Apparently, One Piece on its 25th anniversary, older than half of the fucking chat, coming out with a remake. You said remaking something that isn't finished, brother. The One Piece is never going to be finished, okay? At this rate. It's taken 25 years. I think it's fair to do a remake, at least up until like the time skip. I would have personally liked the post-time skip remake because that's the part that actually requires a remake, unironically. Okay? But yeah, the reality is if it's taken 25 fucking years, dog, I think you can do a remake at that point. Roman's done. That's so sick. Oda said this is the last arc, but he said that back in 2022. Fuck no. Also, Oda has a Monsters. Eiichiro Oda's Monsters anime adaptation is set to arrive on Netflix with a release window now revealed alongside character designs and a new visual too. So we're eating good here. Go to heads. We're eating good here, boys. It's gonna be great. One Piece, but American political.
Koala was a paid actor. The fish.
I fucking saw this earlier on my fucking timeline.
Are just a bunch of crybabies. The world government doesn't do anything excessively evil. Prejudice breeds stability in the One Piece universe. Akainu did nothing wrong. Ace was a fucking criminal. Kuma was grooming Jewelry Bonnie. He should be lucky his buccaneer ass doesn't get cut down by the minority hunter. The Celestial Dragons did nothing wrong. They were simply born into wealth. It's the laziest and worst part about Oda's writing. But you know what the best part is? The opportunity to gamble. I'm taking bets. Who's gonna win? Mihawk.
Spoilers? Okay, we won't watch it. Anyway. All right, everybody fucking calm down. It's fine. Yeah, Z-Way interviewed George Santos. We'll have it tomorrow. Have you talked about the Yu Yu Hakusho live? It's super good, actually. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had time because, like, my mom and I sit down after a long day and I turn on Netflix and I can be like, Mom, can we watch the Yu Yu Hakusho remake? Because there ain't no fucking way. Can we watch a live action Yu Yu Hakusho? Is a conversation that is not happening. You know what I mean? I can't pull that shit off. So I gotta sneak that in somewhere. It's not good. They cut out the tournament arc. Wait, what? Isn't that the best? Isn't that quite literally the best part of the entire thing? Did you talk about the OnlyFans staffer fucking to the Senate floor? Yes. It's awesome. Who was your favorite One Piece villain so far? I think it's there's no question. It's 100% Don Quixote Doflamingo, and I it's not even like a recency bias for me. He clears. He fucking clears across the board. It's just not even a thing. I don't know who would even come near him. I guess like maybe what's his face? Was it Ainu or Akainu? Maybe like he's kind of shitty. People saying Crocodile, but like Ryuma is a protagonist of Monsters, the zombie from Thriller Bark, and an ancestor of Zoro. Oh, Croc got done dirty since he was early game. I mean, but Crocodile is like the classic like villain turned kind of friend, but also villain at a distance, that kind of thing. Whereas like so far, it's just like Doflamingo is just like straight. No, you just spoiled Ryuma to Hassan Chatter's cake. Wait, no, Zoro. I remember the fucking sword that Zoro got was Ryuma's, right? In Thriller Bark. That's what I remember. Like the zombie ghost guy that was revitalized in like Thriller Bark. And you dare make fun of Disney adults, lol. I look. I'm not saying don't consume anything, chat. What the fuck? Like, it's fine. I'm just not, like, losing my shit as a goddamn adult at anything but SNL, okay? That's the only thing I lose my shit at, and that's perfectly valid. My nose hairs are getting too long. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. It's like, it literally is, like, I feel like it's peeking out of my nose and like, tickling me. So annoying. Old man shit. React to Sidemen, Split or Steal. I don't know what that is. Welcome to your 30s. Yeah. You love punishing us, huh? Yes, I do. You know what? We're going to move on from one type of liberal comedy to the real liberal comedy. New rule. Brief politics, but like mostly just new rule. Greatest political commentator / comedian of our generation, perhaps of all generations across the board. That's right, Bill Maher. Let's take a look at what Bill Maher had to say. This isn't politics, this is comedy.
And finally, new rule. I know it's supposed to be that magical time of year, but maybe what we all really need right now is a good dose of realism.
Oh, and he's going to give it to us.
I see a lot of nativity scenes when I'm out, as you always do before Christmas, and I can't help thinking about where that manger really is. It's in the West Bank, on Palestinian land controlled by the Palestinian Authority. In 1950, the little town of Bethlehem was 86% Christian. Now it's overwhelmingly Muslim.
Wait, is he going to be like woke in this? I'm confused. Or is he saying the Muslims are riding out? Is he saying that the Muslims are riding out the Christians from the area?
And that's my point tonight. Things change. To 2.3 billion Christians, there can be no more sacred site than where their Savior was born. But they don't have it anymore. And yet no Crusader army has geared up to take it back. Things change. Countries, boundaries, empires. Palestine was under the Ottoman Empire.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, things change. Muslims have overtaken Bethlehem. It's like, bitch, who's more dangerous to the Christian Palestinians in that area? You think it's Muslims? It's literally Israel. Why is it that so many... I'm against all religions Andes, okay? They love talking about how they're against all religions Andes, and they fucking despise Islam in general. They act like every Muslim is a violent barbarian who can't control themselves, okay? And then you literally have an ISIS equivalent in the form of Israel, and it's all just fucking straight up pink washing nonsense. It's like, well, you know, there are gay people in Israel. Meanwhile, if you're gay in a Muslim area, they'll throw you off a roof. It's like, no, that's ISIS. Okay? That's ISIS. That's your like, it's really weird. It's really weird that like everyone, and I mean everyone's got the fucking smoke. All these atheists who are like, I just hate religion. I just hate religion. They literally forget that there is currently a supremacist ethno-state that literally signals to the rest of the world that they're using Judaism to do settler colonial violence, which, by the way, has nothing to do with Jews in general, by the way, or Judaism, as a matter of fact, and yet they're still doing it. And, like, I can separate that. I can separate the art from the artist, you know what I mean? This motherfucker can't. He can't, and even in this circumstance, can you please show Israelis spitting on Christians just in case, chat? Said you're speaking from your ass? No, no one in my chat said I'm speaking from my ass. It's always so odd to me. It's always so odd to me that the I'm atheist, by the way, Andes have incredible amounts of smoke and literally will conflate Islam with fundamentalism, okay? But when you have like a fundamentalist, a theocratic ethno-state, okay, that is openly like, no, we're doing this for Judaism, he can't fucking look at that situation and go, these guys are using Judaism as a tool, and I can separate the two. If he separated on the Israel side and actually had criticism for Israel, while simultaneously not separating religion from the actions of like ISIS or whatever, in that circumstance, he would still be better than what he's doing right now. And even then, that still would be unacceptable because you have to do that decoupling for both. Is Zionism really fundamentalism? Yes, Zionism in its contemporary expression is fundamentalist. Yes. Yes, it is. What do you think, like, having a nation state built on, having a nation state that has, like, in the law that non-Jews do not have the same fucking rights as Jews means? Like, you think that's, like, not a fundamentalist and otherwise, like, apartheid structure? It 100% is.
For 400 years, but today an ottoman is something you put under your feet.
My point is, these guys, every single time, r/atheists, Andes, or like anti-theists or whatever, okay? These guys 100% are just Islamophobic, and they try to mask that Islamophobia by being like, oh, I just hate all religions. I mean, I shit on Christians all the time, too. And it's like, no, dog, you don't just hate all religions, okay? First of all, hating all religions across the board is weird, too. It's like, what's it to you, dumbass? As long as someone isn't using their religion to do something violent or to control someone's behavior, which in certain instances, fundamentalist Muslim governments certainly do that. And I think that's fucking gross. And I criticize it all the time. But I still separate that from the people. Okay? I still separate that from the expressions that people have or the experience that people have with religion. Entirely different. One is racist and desperately edgy, even though it's no longer like 2013 and you're just like a fucking dumbass. Okay? And trying to make the classic like, lol, Muslims suck, am I right? They're all violent barbarians. The other is just a genuine criticism, a criticism of anti-secular behavior. Well, yeah, Sam Harris and Bill Maher and many others routinely shit on Islam, falsely conflate Islamic fundamentalism with the entire world of Islam, and claim that it is within the ideology that makes it so extra violent, while simultaneously they run defense for Israel, even though Israel, quite literally, not dissimilar to ISIS, uses religious fundamentalism as the backbone of its Zionism, of its colonial violence. It's a false conflation both ways. It's a false conflation, and it's fucking bullshit, and it's cynical when ISIS does it, and it does not mean that all Muslims are the same as ISIS. Just like it's fucking bullshit when Israel does it. This is why I say anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It can be, but it's not. Okay? Across the board, anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are separate things. As a matter of fact, many Zionists engage in anti-Semitic acts regularly. Okay? This is the same guy that was pole dancing yesterday. Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I got. I got the most diverse type of content you could ever see. I'll be pole dancing yesterday. I'll be Italian Grinch at night. And then later on Sunday morning, I'll watch a little bit of SNL and immediately dive to fucking to Bill Maher to give you analysis on all these new atheists and how they just basically traffic Islamophobic sentiment.
The city of Byzantium became the city of Constantinople, became Istanbul. Not everybody liked it, but you can't keep arguing the call forever. The Irish had...
I think what's really funny about this, by the way, is that, like, he's kind of shitting on Israel right now. Like, Judea and Samaria, like the notion that Israel belongs historically to Jewish people is quite literally something that predates Istanbul turning to fucking Constantinople. You know what I mean? That's the difference. That's the funniest part about it. He, I assume, is going to be shitting on Palestinians in this circumstance and be like, get over it, okay? Get over it. It happened 75 years ago. Except the irony here is that what he's showcasing implies the moral bankruptcy within the Zionist argument that like this is a land that belongs to Jews.
The entire island to themselves, but the British were starting an empire, and well, the Irish lost their tip. They blew each other up over it for 30 years, but eventually everybody comes to an accommodation, except the Palestinians. Was it unjust that even a single Arab family was forced to move upon the founding of the Jewish state? Yes, but it's also not rare, happening all through history, all over the world, and mostly what people do is make the best of it. After World War II, 12 million ethnic Germans got shoved out of Russia and Poland and Czechoslovakia because being German had become kind of unpopular. 1 million Greeks were shoved out of Turkey in 1923, 1 million Ghanaians out of Nigeria in
By the way, he's fucking talking about the border swap, which occurred on the Greek side as well, with Turkish people living in Greece, like my grandparents.
1983, almost 1 million French out of Algeria in 1962.
He's conflating a whole bunch of different things. Like the border swap is between like two states post World War I. Obviously, it's very different than the IRA, which is more closely related to anti-colonial actions by the Irish that wanted autonomy from the British, and perfectly understandable for them to engage in acts of violence, and then ultimately, which ultimately led to the Troubles. Algeria is another one that is like a comparison that favors the Palestinians. So I don't know why he's like bringing this shit up and being like, well, Palestinians need to suck it up. Look at all these other people that fought and won.
Nearly 1 million Syrian refugees moved to Germany 8 years ago. Was that a perfect fit? And no one knows more about being pushed off land than the Jews, including being almost wholly kicked out of every Arab country they once lived in. Yes, TikTok fans, ethnic cleansing happened both ways. In Fiddler on the Roof, the family is always moving.
It's like, bro, what is important about this date? The irony here is that, like, this quite literally predates 1948 as well. Okay, immigration occurred, and there were minor pogroms or major pogroms, as a matter of fact, depending on which country you're looking at, due to Arab nations and their own colonial, their own nationalistic post-colonial movements. Okay, the irony, however, is that what's the significance between this date, 1948, and 2018? I wonder what happened. The irony here is that this is a more complex thing than the way he's presenting it, that actually doesn't favor the argument that he's trying to present. Because right now, someone could very easily look at this. And go, oh shit, yeah, okay, well, a lot of the Jewish populations from Arab countries and many regions got purged because of the incredibly violent way that Israel designed itself as a nation state for Jewish people, for all Jewish people. And that would be wrong, because there's more to that story. The irony is he wants to defend Israel, and he's showing this, but putting this as 1948 to 2018 unironically makes it super easy for people to go, oh yeah, well, they left because they were pushed away because of Israel, because Israel had fucking displaced 750,000 Arabs.
Thing happened both ways. In Fiddler on the Roof, the family is always moving to stay one step ahead of the Cossacks, but they deal with it. When they're leaving Anatevka, they say, hey...
Wait, what the fuck? Brother, Brody be like, Jews deal with it after the Holocaust? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Jews deal with the pogroms. They deal with it. And so should the Palestinians. It's like, what? That's the argument? The argument is that, like, some of the most notoriously awful things that happen to an entire ethnic group historically, okay, is actually fine. Just, fuck it, YOLO. That is an insane argument, Bill Maher. What the fuck? This dumb motherfucker just said ethnic cleansing happens, deal with it. And then unironically used a pogrom as his, like an anti-Jewish pogrom as his argument. These are literally like the worst things that have happened, okay? You can't just like point to the worst things that have happened and be like, and it's happening right now, so you should just suck it up. Like, the entire reason as to why this art exists is so that people understand that this was traumatic and bad and wrong. It's not to look at it and go, well, they got a fucking violin out of it. You know what I mean? Someone was playing a musical instrument throughout it. How bad could it fucking be? That's not the takeaway here. The takeaway isn't to look at that and go, yeah, Jews dealt with the pogroms. Why can't the Palestinians deal with the pogroms? Like, especially when it's currently happening, when it's ongoing, when it's like happening in the real world.
Wasn't so great anyway. Come on. Like other countries don't have roofs you could fiddle on. Now, that's not how they really felt, but they were coping. They coped, because sometimes that's all you can do. History is brutal, and humans are not good people.
Bro, Bill Maher is literally saying, like, he would be looking at a pogrom happening, like an anti-Jewish pogrom happening, and going, well, you just got to cope with it, because, like, other ethnic groups have been cleansed from the land before, too. Like, that's what he's literally saying. He's like, if he was around during the Holocaust, okay, if he was around during the Holocaust, he'd be like, Warsaw Ghetto, why the uprising? Why the uprising, Warsaw? It's not that nice anyway. Just get the fuck out. And it's like, well, they can't. But also, just deal with it. You know what I mean? Germans have done a phenomenal job so far. Bad things happen. Just deal with it. And by the way, that's not even a fucking stretch, because he unironically made that argument and solidified it by pointing to a fucking anti-Jewish pogrom to be like, well, they dealt with it. Why can't you? That's crazy. It's happening right now, dog. You don't have to make the you don't have to make the argument that you 100% will be if you're alive, 50 years from now, right now while it's happening.
History's sad and full of wrongs, but you can't make them unhappen, because a paraglider isn't a time machine. People get moved and, yes, colonized. Nobody was a bigger colonizer than the Muslim army that swept out of the Arabian desert and took over much of the world in a single century. And they didn't.
This is the funniest fucking thing, dude. Dog, history is built on colonial violence, imperial wars, actions, conquests. This much is true. He's not wrong, okay? The difference is that was 1,400 years ago. Not happening last Tuesday, not happening today, not happening yesterday, okay? That is the difference. And the whole point of, like, reading history is to understand how we got here and to take lessons from the past in order not to repeat them, okay? This is ridiculous framing. I don't know how to deal with something so stupid, because this conversation is being had in an effort to justify current settler colonialism, which he basically admits is settler colonialism. That's the funniest part about this. Bill Maher here is looking at the situation in Gaza, in the West Bank, and he's saying, yeah, that's settler colonialism. And what you have to do, Palestinians, is just suck it the fuck up and take it and die. Because for many, Palestinians don't even have anywhere to go. The 2 million in Gaza, they can't even fucking escape. Many of them don't even want to. And it's so crazy. Why not retort with Roman conquest? Because that would be stupid, my friend. That's why. Or the British Empire, or the current American Empire. That would be stupid. Well, the American Empire, not as much. Especially because it's like infinitely closer in history. It's happening right now. It's very, very stupid to point to colonial violence and its frequency and its likelihood of occurrence in the past to justify it right now. It's like the exact opposite. It is the exact opposite of history. The exact opposite of history. You're supposed to look at the wrongs of the past and not repeat them, right? That's what never again is. That's what the whole basis behind, like, Holocaust scholars and their work. That's what it's for, right? It's not because they're fucking freaks who are fascinated with the Holocaust. They literally have spent all of this time specifically looking at the details of the horrifying machine of murder, death, and destruction, specifically so that this never happens again. How do we get here? How do we make sure that this never happens again? He literally looks at that and goes, no, it happened in the past, and I want it to happen again, and I want it to happen over and over again, and the victims need to suck the fuck up, which is crazy. It's a very weird way to argue.
Didn't do it by asking. There's a reason Saudi Arabia's flag is a sword. Kosovo was the cradle of Christian Serbia. Then it became Muslim. They fought a war about it in the 90s, but stopped. They didn't keep it going for 75 years.
Brother, the only reason why, first of all, that's a ridiculous fucking thing to also bring up too. But the only reason why none of what he is mentioning, none of what he's mentioning actually are relevant to the matter is because right now, as we speak, Israel has passed the 75th year of its apartheid. That's the reason, okay? And in that maintenance, there are consistent purges that occur consistently inside of territories that Israel currently occupies, okay? That's the difference. Israel is very unique in that sense.
There were deals on the table to share the land called Palestine in 1947, 93, 95, 98, 2000, 2008, and East Jerusalem could have been the capital of a Palestinian state that today might look more like Dubai than Gaza.
Oh my God, he's so stupid, bro. It's additionally funny because I know I said I wasn't going to cover politics, but this is also additionally hilarious and wrong because Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, while Bill Maher was doing this smug ass, I don't know anything, but I'm just a conservative that uses I'm just a conservative that hates the Republican Party, basically, aesthetics, to give you American politics for fucking dumbass, out-of-touch boomers. When he was doing that, Benjamin Netanyahu was revealing to the public something that we here know very well, that he has consistently thwarted any efforts towards Palestinian statehood. He openly admitted again, just like he did in 2019, just like he ran on in the past in his campaigns. He said, I'm the only guy, according to the Times of Israel, okay? Here, I'll show you. Pointing to Hamas's little state, Netanyahu touts his role blocking the two-state solution. He said, I'm proud I prevented the establishment of a Palestinian state. Did Bill Maher not know this? Well, maybe this iteration of it just happened while he was live. He was too busy fucking, being Islamophobic. But the reality is, he had said this before as well. Time and time again, both on camera, both off camera, in closed-door meetings. This is it. Here's a video of him saying it.
לכן גאה על כך שמנעתי את הקמתה של מדינה פלסטינית, כי היום כולם מבינים מה הייתה יכולה להיות המדינה הפלסטינית הזאת, אחרי שראינו את המדינה הפלסטינית הקטנה בעזה, כולם מבינים מה היה קורה אילו היינו באמת מתקפלים מול הלחצים הבינלאומיים ומאפשרים מדינה כזאת.
So the notion that Palestinians were ever afforded a real statehood is really stupid. It's a lie that Americans champion all the time, partially because Bill Clinton openly lied about it, okay? But it's just not true. It's completely fucking ahistoric.
Arafat was offered 95% of the West Bank and said no. The Palestinian people...
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's doing the fucking Bill Clinton offered Arafat 90%. Oh my God. First of all, it's his territory technically. He is the representative, okay? And secondly, not only is this his technically it's the Palestinian land, but it's not a difference of agreement between 5% versus 100% or 95%. What is the major disagreement here? The major disagreement here is not about that. That was bullshit to begin with. There were non-starter provisions in this agreement, okay? There were so many non-starter provisions in this agreement. What will happen to Jerusalem, which has importance to all Abrahamic religions, Christians, Muslims, Jews across the board, and whether Israel has a right to occupy it or not, which it did not. Okay? Right to return. The right for Palestinians who have been displaced by Israel to be able to return to their homes. Okay? That was considered a non-starter. The right to have a standing military and autonomy and sovereignty over its own region. Another non-starter. When we talk about 95% of the West Bank, one part of the West Bank that is not even up for question also happens to be the Jordanian border. Okay? There has never been a moment where any Israeli negotiations have allowed there to be no fucking military presence in the West Bank whatsoever. There was always going to be a non-contiguous state, which is basically a collection of Bantustans, especially after the last 30 years of West Bank settler expansion, okay? But then also on top of that, there was never going to be a standing military, for example. There's no sovereignty. Contiguous. It's bullshit. And what always sucks about situations like this is that, and this is something I repeat quite frequently, almost as frequently as the top of the hour ad break, right? Like I tell you at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Yeah, he wasn't even offered 95% ever. That's made up. He's referring to the Clinton parameters, which were accepted, but they were parameters, not an offer. These parameters, which came in December 2000, late in the process, forced the Israelis to move closer to the Palestinian position on territory and were the basis for the negotiations in Taba, which were shut down after the Israeli election. Yeah. So here's the thing. That's one thing I mention all the time, right? The top of the hour ad break. The other thing I mention all the time, going back to the serious face here for a brief moment, when everyone is motivated to not know the truth, then lies are basically the truth. If every single person believes a lie, then that lie might as well be the truth. If every single American either A, doesn't know anything about the Palestinian-Israeli peace process, okay, or B, the ones that are quote-unquote knowledgeable are actually knowledgeable with misinformation or armed with misinformation, whether they are willing actors of spreading that misinformation or not, then the truth might as well be whatever the fuck the American attitude or the Israeli attitude is, regardless of the actual truth of the matter. This is a major problem with the way that I try to explain certain fundamental concepts here at the HasanAbi broadcast. It's that I'm not necessarily arguing, I'm actually delivering to you an accurate assessment of events, but unfortunately, because of the way that people have been taught, because of the way people think that there's never been a real, there's been a very honest effort on the Israeli side to give Palestinians a peace offer and an actual statehood, which was never, ever on the table to begin with, a real state in the way that you understand it. Because people have been taught wrong and taught falsehoods, that might as well be the truth. And that I, a person who is giving you information that scholars have parsed through, am actually the liar. This is how we arrive at, genocide scholars, like Israeli genocide scholars like Ross Segal, being completely blacklisted from the media, not deliberately, maybe they just don't see them, right? Despite the fact that they write stuff such as Israel's actions in Gaza are textbook genocidal actions. Like, people like that, scholars, they just don't get heard at all on this matter. The people that do get heard on this matter are just charlatans, people that work in communications departments for the Israeli government. It's wild. But that's how you manufacture consent. That's how you make sure that people simply don't know the truth. And if people don't know the truth for 30 fucking years, 40 fucking years, and the only prevailing narrative that you hear from the media is basically what Bill Maher just repeated so easily, because remember, another thing that I say all the time is it takes 1 second to tell a lie, and it takes 100 hours to tell the truth, and to correct that lie, it's much easier for people to just like rehash and repeat the falsehoods that they hear from their favorite political commentators instead of learning what the actual matters are, what the actual facts are on this matter.
People should know your leaders and the useful idiots on college campuses who are their allies are not doing you any favors by keeping alive the river to the sea myth. I mean, where do you think Israel is going? Spoiler alert, nowhere. It's one of the most powerful countries in the world with a $500 billion economy. The
worst part about this is that, like, Israel does, one, engage in acts of genocide, two, utilizes actual genocidal language, especially because it's accompanied with actual acts of genocide, and yet, like, because these guys agree with them and they want the fucking Palestinians to be wiped out, regardless of whether they're Christian or Muslim, by the way, Especially because like this is again funny that he mentioned like Bethlehem used to be Christian and now it's Muslim. Yeah, dumbass. Guess you know what else happened? You know who is the #1 eradicator of Palestinian Christians? It's not the fucking Muslims, dog. It's Israel. Israel killed 2 Palestinian Christian grandparents like literally yesterday. One of the churches actually came out with a statement. Here, I'll show you. I believe they used their famous drone snipers. That's how cowardly they are. They don't just like snipe at Palestinian grandmas directly, okay, within their line of sight. Now they just fucking snipe at them with motherfucking drone snipers, dude. Oh, here's the Evan Hill post on it. The Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem says an Israeli sniper shot dead 2 Christian women today who were sheltering inside the Holy Family Parish in Gaza. It alleges that one was killed trying to carry the other to safety. No belligerents are present at the location, it says. This is the same military occupation that killed its own hostages. Waving white flags, speaking Hebrew, dressed in civilian garb. As far as I understand, you know, there was every opportunity not to kill these hostages, but the guys thought that maybe they're Palestinian and they're faking it. Might as well kill them. The only reason why they looked them up, oh, they were shirtless apparently. Okay, I thought that they were waving a white flag. No, that's what I read. Yeah, and the 2 guys they shot, and the 3rd guy they actually hunted down and shot. And the only reason why they checked through the dead was because one of them is a redhead. One of them was, I think, Bedouin, and one of the guys that they shot was a redhead. So they're like, wait a minute, this guy might not be Palestinian. Yeah, the report I read said he looked Western, which is why they actually looked at the 3 people that they shot. Anyway, we have redhead Palestinians. I know, dog, but like they thought, just like there's fucking Arab Jews. What do you mean? Why are we having this conversation again? The point is, he looked Western, is what they said. Okay, one of them at least, especially because I think one of the others that they killed was literally a Bedouin too. What was the Western reaction to this? Not a lot. I haven't seen a lot of talking about it. I have seen some of the defenders of Israel basically say, look how moral they are. They admitted that they killed civilians. They would never normally admit that, right? Like, they should be lying about it, right? That's the Israel you think it is. But look how moral they are that they admitted that they killed their own civilians. And it's like, dog, are you fucking serious? Are you for real? Like, that's another dub for Israel that they killed their own fucking hostages?
World's 2nd largest tech sector after Silicon Valley, and nuclear weapons. They're here. They like their bagel with a schmear. Get used to it. What's happening to Palestinians today is horrible, and not just in Gaza, in the West Bank, too. But wars end with negotiation, and what the media glosses over is it's hard to negotiate when the other side's bargaining position is you all die and disappear.
Yeah. The irony, of course, is that depending on what your perspective is or your access to the real facts of the matter is, what he's doing could be seen as the greatest anti-Zionist commentary you've heard on the matter thus far. It's just you got to change the roles here a little bit and actually present it adequately, like which is the truth. Israel, which also uses from the river to the sea. The Israeli flag is all you'll see. It is a part of the Likud charter. And Israel has killed 20,000 Palestinians so far. That Israel actually doesn't want to negotiate. And I've shown you that Israel does not want to negotiate. As a matter of fact, the guy leading the charge, unironically, is flexing about how he has stopped negotiations already. Dead in its fucking tracks. Also, I don't think this is perfectly fair. Huge protests against the Israeli government in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa, and other cities. Let the record reflect that mass murder of 10,000 Palestinian children was not the cause of these protests. What caused the protests to erupt is Israel's deeply racist society was the killing of 3 Israeli civilians waving a white flag. So there is truth to the matter on this, but you have to realize I do know that a lot of the people that have been protesting in the fucking streets, never to this degree, but the people that have been protesting in the fucking streets in Israel, are, one, a collection of those who have family members that are hostages and, you know, the Stand Together group that I've shown you before, those guys have been protesting. They are marginal, but this is how a protest movement grows, okay? I'm not going to fucking poo-poo this. I'm not going to say that this is bad, because ultimately it is good. It is good that they are doing this, because this is how you actually do put an end to this, okay? I don't care what the leading spark is, okay? Because their goal, their momentum is to, this time around, not say, no, we want a different genocidal person that is going to be better than Benjamin Netanyahu, but the goal of this protest is to say, no, the IDF fucked up. The Israeli government is fucking up. This is not a protest to say, we got to do a better murder. This is a protest to say, okay, you got to stop this because you're murdering our people. And plenty of people that are in this protest movement already were demanding a ceasefire for their own personal reasons, but I'll still fucking stand by that. I don't give a shit. Anyway, it's fine. I did see one of the pics of the hostages. Obviously, he doesn't deserve to be killed, but I did find it very weird that, like, this dude has a Confederate flag poster behind him. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Like, I saw that. What is that? It's an album cover. Panera poster, still not great. Oh, it's a Nazi band poster. Whatever. I mean, that doesn't mean that he deserves to be killed, okay? Like, I'm not a Zionist. I don't think that, like, if you like a shitty band with a fucking Confederate flag on its cover, that means you are worthy of being executed in cold blood as you beg for your fucking life. Pantera isn't a Nazi band, lol. I don't know what it is. It is also odd that they just used that photo to show him. Pantera shows canceled after frontman's Nazi salute prompts fan backlash. Okay, I'm confused. Is the fucking frontman a Nazi or not? This is like in January. This says Pantera shows canceled after frontman's Nazi salute prompts fan backlash. Phil Anselmo's 2016 salute and shout of white power have come back to haunt him as German and Austrian venues refuse to host the metal band. 3 shows of Pantera's forthcoming reunion tour have been canceled this week, seemingly due to a 2016 incident in which frontman Phil Anselmo made a Nazi salute and yelled white power at a concert. Phil Anselmo, the lead singer, is at the very least a white supremacist. Anyway, I don't really give a shit. None of this fucking matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. The real thing to remember with the 3 Israeli hostages that were killed by the IDF, which are plenty more hostages have been killed by the IDF through the bombing campaigns, but like these 3 were shot to death directly, okay? They were treated like every Palestinian civilian is treated in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military does not give a shit whether you're a civilian or a fucking enemy combatant. They shoot you indiscriminately regardless. They're scared, okay? They're scared. They filled their diapers and they shoot.
I mean, the chant from the river to the sea. Yeah, let's look at the map. Here's the river. Here's the sea. Oh, I see. It means you get all of it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Bethany S. Mandel said, released female hostages said that when they were moved from house to house above ground, they would dress them in hijabs. Important to keep in mind, as we discussed, the IDF may have mistakenly shot, how the IDF may have mistaken 3 hostages for militants. Did you voluntarily admit the Israeli occupying force shoots at random Palestinian women to explain why they shot and killed 3 of the Israeli hostages as they were running away? Like, what an insane thing to openly admit. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I got it. Never mind. Like, this is yet another circumstance, for the record, this is yet another circumstance where, like, the ultra-Zionists are so fucking lost in the sauce that they think normal people that are, like, coming into this situation without the same biases that these people have, that they've built up, and the resentment and the hatred that they have that they've built up over their entire lifetimes, those other random people are going to look at the situation and go, oh, yeah, no, that's totally normal. Of course you're going to shoot at, like, random people in hijabs. Like, that's, like, a normal thing that you're supposed to do. And I'm not going to discount that there are plenty of Americans who are just, like, fucking terrified of Islam in general due to the war on terror messaging and due to the war on terror racial agitprop. However, there's still going to be a much larger amount of people that go, wait a minute, you're talking about, like, fucking shooting civilians. Like, what the fuck? That's insane. Like, no, there are people who are that Islamophobic who will go, yeah, no, that's a valid counter. right? This has 5,000 likes. Okay. Apparently Ben Shapiro retweeted it. But then there's plenty more people who were looking at that and go, what the fuck are you saying? You just admitted that, like, yeah, as long as somebody is, like, Muslim presenting, like, they deserve the death penalty by an occupying force. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's not how this shit works. You're basically just openly admitting how fucking unhinged and racist you are. This is what I hate about liberal racism in general. It's so hidden. It's so masked. It's so permissible in polite society that, like, a lot of liberal Islamophobes can get away with saying these, like, incredibly unhinged, incredibly racist things that you would mostly hear from a dude wearing a fucking Klan robe, but they mask it under the auspices of polite liberal rhetoric, and they try to, and I think that plays a role in normalizing it too, because, like, the message is important, but the person who's delivering the message is even more important. You hear that from Donald Trump, most liberals will go, that's racist. I'm conditioned into knowing that this motherfucker is an Islamophobic, racist piece of shit. You hear that from Bill Maher, however, a person that you trust. Let's say you're a boomer liberal, a person that you trust, a person that you've listened to for years and years, a person that you think is hilarious. You go, you know, he's making some good points. But the difference between what Bill Maher is saying and the difference between what Bill Maher is saying and Donald Trump is not that different when it comes to Islam.
Not just the West Bank, which was basically the original UN partition deal you rejected because you wanted all of it and always have, even though it's indisputably also the Jews.
Trust them? Seriously, did you see how unhinged? Brother, I'm not talking about you or me. I'm talking about your parents.
Ancestral homeland. And so you attacked and lost, and attacked again and lost, and attacked again and lost. As my friend Dr. Phil says, how's that working for you?
Yeah, this is again a really gross way of in my opinion, one, saying that all Arabs are a monolith across the board and Palestinians deserve to be fucking ethnically cleansed because the surrounding Arab countries did not do a good enough job being able to defend them from the Israeli ethnic cleansing and the Israeli occupation, which in and of itself is a ridiculous fucking argument to make. It's like, it's just might is right politics here. And it's really gross to talk about this, especially when you are talking about Jewish people as well in the story who also fought back against the Nazis. It's the look at the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and be like, well, you got what you got what you asked for. You fought back against your captors. And it's like, that's an insanely gross thing to say. But of course, we have learned that was a good uprising, a good intifada, whereas the Arabs doing an uprising and intifada against the Israeli state is a bad one because the Israeli state is our ally and Arabs are scary. That's it. This commentary hinges on you not having this framework where you think all human beings are equal no matter what, unconditionally. Okay? If you don't have that framework, and many people unfortunately do not, due to the reasons that I just mentioned, like the war on terror and Islamophobia that came along with it in order to justify the war on terror against the Arab population around the planet, a Muslim population around the planet, like, post 9/11 politics, like, has created this environment where, like, many people don't see Arabs and Muslims as, like, full human beings and are definitely afraid of them. And that is precisely the reason why Bill Maher can get away with saying this unhinged shit. And he can do it in this most smug way possible. Any kind of commentary, like Bill Maher, role reversal on this issue, okay? Conflate all Jews with Israel, okay? And do this exact same argument. You arrive at, depending on the way you're making this argument, obviously. But if you were to say, like, yeah, Jews came in because they're bloodthirsty monsters. You should be afraid of them and all this shit. You arrive at fucking Nicholas Fuentes, okay? That's the problem. But one is acceptable because the victims in that circumstance are Muslims. The other, everyone understands, is a fucking Nazi, okay? Ironic because, like, that fucking Nazi and many other Nazis also hate the Muslims too. So they're having a great time with this whole Israel-Palestine situation because they're like, great, hate both of those guys. Let's see who wins.
Look at what Mexico used to own, all the way up to the top of California. But no Mexican is out there chanting from the Rio Grande to Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, might is right. Might is right politics.
Because they chose a different path. They got real and built a country that's the world's 14th biggest economy now. Because they knew the United States wasn't going to give back Phoenix any more than Hamas will ever be in Tel Aviv.
The irony is, this is why I talk about a single state framework, and I think it's a better framework for liberals to comprehend, because Israel currently is a one state. These are not two separate states, one controlled by Hamas and then the other one is just Israel, okay? It's one state. Israel occupies both the Gaza Strip and also the West Bank. It's already a one state. It's just an apartheid state, and the apartheid should end. That is why I talk about it from a one-state solution perspective and not a two-state solution perspective, because the reality is that it is a one-state currently. The notion that the Palestinians are like invading to go to Tel Aviv and like kill all the Jews is a fucking ridiculous notion. Palestinians just want the occupation to stop. Are there Palestinians who want to wipe out all the Jews? I'm sure there are. Okay. Are there anti-Semitic Palestinians? I'm sure. But that is not the leading principle here. The leading principle here is not anti-Semitism. It's not Jew hate. It's not fucking a genocide of all Jewish people. It's not even the forcible expulsion of all Jewish people from Israel proper. The leading motivation here is the emancipatory cause, which is a just cause, which is a righteous cause, which is an end to the occupation for the 5 million Palestinians that are currently living under the thumb of Israel, whose homes are being destroyed, whose livelihoods have already been destroyed, who 2 million of it, half of which live in an open-air prison, the other half live in Bantustans in the West Bank that Israel has designed under permanent military occupation. Fucking sucks. Yeah, I like how we specifically said Hamas will never be in Tel Aviv, because he didn't want to say Palestinians will never be in Tel Aviv, because that is the reality. The reality is you could substitute it with Hamas, but the reality is he's talking about Palestinians.
One of the leaders of Hamas says, save yourselves time and imaginary dreams. In a few years, Allah willing, you will have to discuss the situation in the region after Israel. I'm sorry, who's the one with imaginary dreams? If I give you the benefit of the doubt and say your plan for a completely Jewless Palestine isn't that all the Jews should die, what is the only other option? They move.
Yeah, as a straw man, like, there are infinitely more people in positions of power with the actual intent and the actual weapons to conduct the genocide that they're currently conducting on the Israeli side. Okay? It's very simple. It's the morality of it could not be more black and white. Well, translated willing but not God, kept Allah.
Move all the Jews. Okay, I gotta warn you, there's gonna be some kvetching.
Yeah. Israel has to do an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza because all Palestinians are Jew-hating monsters that want to do ethnic cleansing and have done ethnic cleansing towards Jews, actually. They've just done it unsuccessfully. There's no just cause here. There's no like moral framework in which like Palestinians who are human beings deserve a life of dignity and humanity. It's just...
You move all the Jews, and we do this with what? A fleet of trucks called Jew Haul?
And he tries to make jokes. Oh my God, bro. This dude is so... Bill Maher makes jokes for people who have just been, you know, in a severe car accident that has permanently and in an irreparable fashion broken their brains, okay? Maybe like struck by lightning, directly to the fucking dome, maybe a lobotomy. He's making humor specifically for those who have been recipients of lobotomies.
And to where are we moving this entire country? Texas? Sure, they have room, and I guess we could put the Wailing Wall on the border and kill two birds with one stone. Or we could just get serious.
Ugh. Nothing grosser than fucking liberal racism. Because, like, right-wing racism, conservative racism is so obvious, is so flagrant. Everybody knows what it is, and it's so easy to negatively polarize against. Liberal racism masks itself with, like, the auspices of objective neutrality. It makes itself seem like this person is actually a well-respected member of elite institutions. He's actually giving it to you how it is. Maybe he's being a little smug with it. Maybe he's joking a little bit. But ultimately, you know, his take is fair. It's a fair one. It's a correct one. There is no difference between what the fuck Bill Maher just said and what the fuck Donald Trump has said in the past. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is this meme. It is the classic meme. George W. Bush in office, 9/11, never forget, united we stand. Obama in office, forward rainbow flag. Trump in office, make America great again. It's still the bombs. It's a Blue Lives Matter flag. Biden in office, Black Lives Matter, yes, we can. Rainbow flag again. It doesn't change, though, ultimately. It doesn't change. The reality doesn't change. It's like still bombings occurring. Anyway, I don't understand how anyone can watch that and not be disgusted. My jaw's on the floor. It's simple. The reason why people can watch that and not be disgusted is because they agree with him. Because they too have the same level of sheer disgust towards Muslims. That is the reason. They do not understand that what he's saying is gross. Did you see the tweet where the IDF was writing Jake's name on missiles? Yes, I did. I saw. It was alongside fucking like Jake Shields and like Jackson Hinkleddick too. Which is wild. Like, it's so gross. It's such an old practice. I hate it. It's such a fucking gross ass thing to do, right? Like people writing messages on fucking artillery and missiles and shit. Yeah, but they put his name next to Jackson Hinkleddick, Andrew Tate, and like Jake Shields, which is weird. I don't know. In many ways, I'm just excited that I wasn't a part of that. Are you upset? You didn't rate a show? Like, no, I'm not. I think it's fucking gross. Oh, they put Muhammad Hijab on there too. Jake Shields, the UFC fighter, what did he do? I mean, I think Jake Shields is one of those dudes is just like, you know, anti-Semitic more so than like anti-Israel. You know what I mean? Like he is anti-Israel for sure, but I think it stems from a very different place. Anyway. Okay.
Your yearly dose of internet.
All right, let's move on to some fun shit.
You eat in my car, maybe there's something.
Best of the internet 2023.
It got so quiet in here.
Oh, I remember this.
What is in your mouth?
That's so cute that he didn't even fucking kill the rat. Look at that. Let's run that again. Look.
In here. How did I...
What is in your mouth?
I respect that. She tried to catch a 500-pound seal. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that. Oh! Wait, we gotta run it again. God damn, bro. There is no fucking shot you could actually hold this fucking thing. That's crazy. Kaya would do that. Kaya is kind of fucked up. I will admit. Kaya likes to torture the bugs. She'll like stomp on them and stuff and then like torture the bugs. Like she doesn't actually fucking kill the bugs. She just likes that she likes that the bugs are like running away and it's like something fun to catch and stuff. Oh, that's awesome.
Craziest thing about being creative is this isn't the text. I printed it out.
What the fuck? That's being double jointed. It's a curse.
This dad's daughter is in the military and wanted to wake her up. This baby discovered an infinite spawn glitch.
That's a passing you had when you was a baby in. Oh my god!
Oh my god, that is a beautiful black queen. Oh, sorry, right here. Where'd you get this from, bro?
Hey, bro, I'm not even gonna lie, you know what I'm saying, bro? You left it in the corner.
This is why, bro, that's why the Turkish guy was like, Mete, you can't come into this restaurant. Dude, what the fuck's going on with the deer, bro? This is like the Julia Roberts movie. This shit happens to me, I'm not even going home at that point. It's like the end of the world, you know what I mean? It's done. It's over. Your expectation is like the world is done. Wasn't it the Julia Roberts movie? Not The Blind Side, man. The one that Obama called in on. I gotta pee. I'll be back. Hold on.
Oh, it's cold.
What? Sir, I'm gonna need to use my ID. Oh, never mind.
This guy waited for his brother while watching a live stream of his graduation ceremony.
Hunter Crap, Matthew Ryan.
Do you like it?
I can't see it.
Birthday, Kimberly.
Their friend was leaving their house when they caught this on camera.
Oh my god.
This person chose the wrong object to use as a step stool.
Oh. Oh
my god.
Is that catnip?
This poor delivery driver was in for a surprise.
Bro, Cane Corsos are fucking nutty, dude. That's like, that is just, fuck that. Yeah, 100%. His name is Princess. Oh yeah, 100. Dude, that's a beautiful dog. But to be fair, that's a really shitty ass fucking trained dog, okay? Like, no, you haven't trained your dog. Dogs literally made to kill. No, there's no such thing, dude. You can fucking train any dog to be a killer. Some harder than others. And you can train any dog to be a fucking docile creature. It's so stupid. Look at Kaya. Kaya is not just like a floofy dog. She got fucking parsed chow chow in her and shit. Like, that's a really aggressive breed. She's a quarter chow chow, quarter St. Bernard, and half Tibetan Mastiff. Why is she so floofy? Why does she fucking lay around all day, every day, waiting to be pet? She's fucking 90 pounds already. Why? Why is she like a little cat? Because I trained the shit out of her. What? Chows are kind? No, chow chows are an aggressive breed. What are you talking about? Wow, how could you tell he wasn't well trained? Immediately barking and running and breaking the window door. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh! Wait, what? A Dogo Canario killed my friend's friend by eating his neck? Can I rent your dog for a photo shoot? Money is not a problem. Sure, give me $1 million. That's her rate.
Want to know how hot it is in Australia? This hasn't been switched on. It's just been baking in the Aussie sun. Just goes to show. It's all metal. It's all metal. It's all metal.
What is that?
It's the raccoon.
That is not a dead raccoon.
What is it then?
That's your cat.
Oh.
She wanted to know what a hot dog scented candle smelled like.
What the fuck?
Her family surprised her, and they wanted to celebrate her 21st birthday.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
I had to watch this like 8 times to figure out what was going on.
Hold it. It's Mr. Krabs. No way. Put him right here. He looks so cute. Oh my god!
Sometimes you gotta spank the homie.
Avery,
But I'm pretty sure my shift I get off early.
do the zombie scream.
Wait.
What are you? Doctor! What is this?
That's funny.
These people came home smelling like a cat that their cat absolutely hates.
Bro, cats are nuts, dude. Look at this. Bro, this is like, how do you live like this? How do you live with a thing like this at your house? You know what I mean? It's just like an invasive species in your motherfucking house, dog. Straight up. Am I crazy? Shut your mouth. I mean, I'm just saying, dude. Okay, but a dog would definitely go pout in the corner in the same situation. Okay, first of all, you just compared a dog being sad to a cat being like a cat wanting to attack.
Hey guys.
Like that's
Dale.
You just watch a dog burst through the door, though. So here's the thing, okay? I think cat owners maybe agree with me on this. They might agree with me on this. I don't know. I feel like, here's the take. Here's a hot take. Cats are vibes based, okay? You can get a good cat, which ironically people will say, oh, my cat's just like a dog. Fine. Or you can get a bad cat that's got a bad attitude, okay? But you can't really train a cat. Whereas dogs, yeah, you can absolutely not train your fucking dog. And if your dog is behaving like a cat, that's a problem. Okay? Because a dog is much larger than a fucking cat. However, a dog is trainable. Oh my God, every cat owner is like, you can train cats. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, half the reason why you motherfuckers get cats is because you don't have to train them. They live on their own and you could just like leave their water out. Doesn't understand that cats are independent, so therefore untrainable. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I said.
Hey, look at all these wieners. Hi, wieners.
Dual sport.
This guy put a bag of donuts on a fishing pole in front of these cops.
That chocolate.
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
Over here. It's not that serious.
The sounds from this video sounds like a cartoon. This is a professional. Please do not attempt.
What the? Yo! Yo! That was fucking sick.
This is a professional. Please do not attempt.
How does he do that? Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what did he pull that out of? Like his hair? Yo, that shit was in his hair. In his ponytail? But how? How did he fucking lob that so goddamn straight? I feel like when you're practicing that, you stab yourself a lot, right? Because like, what happens if that shit is stuck? Okay? What happens if that shit is stuck? It just slices your fucking chest. You practice with dull shit, okay, but like the first time you think this is the first time you actually put a knife on? Like, I don't get it. Dull blades are a thing. Oh my God, chat, I know. I'm not saying he's been practicing just with the fucking knife, okay? You think this is the first time he used an actual sharp knife though? That blade isn't fucking dull. That's a sharp ass blade. Inevitably, there was a point in his life where he was using, where he wasn't this good at it, and he still isn't this good at it. No one is 100% with his booty cheeks. That was so sick. Oh!
You guys are wondering.
American infrastructure, W, classic. I mean, that's more of a sinkhole probably, but still.
This is 150 calories.
Dude, listen. This is just like, look, average Los Angeles road, okay? No big deal. Yeah, no big deal. That's just just a regular California pothole there, baby. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, man. That's just how it is, man. It is what it is.
You guys are wondering. This is 150 calories. Isn't that so sad?
The suspect was running away from the police when a random guy decided to help out. The trip actually worked.
That's lame as fuck, dude. I mean, I don't know what this guy did. It's gonna be like, this guy was he was the best pedophile or something. And then I'm like, oh man. Oops, okay, that one is fine. Not just any pedophile, the best. He murdered 6,000 people.
And allow the police to catch up and make an arrest.
Did you fart? Or you just blew me away?
Oh God.
Can I have your number?
Do you want to check out my brand?
Oh,
Please welcome.
Oh, what the fuck? He just nutted.
And as we're digging through here, we're trying to figure out what's
sick.
going on here. I'm not sure if this is a sinkhole to China or what.
I think I see something.
Is this the USA?
These parents find out that their child has a meltdown whenever they move with them.
What the fuck? What the hell? Yo, raccoons have so much fun. Raccoons are the one type of animals where I'm like, I wish I could be friends with them, but I know they're fucking feral as hell. You know what I mean? I know some people like befriend them and shit. But like, what's this guy doing? Like, he's just chilling. No, some raccoons are cool. It just takes time. I just don't want fucking rabies, dude. Oh.
This guy was absolutely flabbergasted that this guy could pull off such a low note.
Protesting, thank you.
What are we protesting?
We're protesting everything. We're angry and we're not going to take it anymore.
Part 2, double mom hug. Ready, meters?
so I'm sick, right? Who knew that I could?
Bro, I swear to God, cats look at like the most normal. Cats look at the most normal experience that a dog would love to be in and go, this is hell. This is what hell must feel like. Why am I in such pain? Why have you subjugated me? Why have you put me in this position? It's like, it's just, you're getting pet, man. You're getting pet. Fucking calm down. You will literally pet a cat and the cat will be like, you have killed me. You've killed me. This is the worst kind of murder. It's like a different type of murder that should be extra not allowed. Cats are so whimsical. No, man, they're just like annoying. Cats, oh, it's my least Turkish quality. This is my least Turkish quality. I love dogs, and I think cats are just like so ungrateful. And I know cat owners are like, no, they're just independent, like independent. It's like, no, man, I don't want to like win favors with my animal that I'm feeding that would die without me, okay? They're like a bad roommate. Cats are just like people with autism. Have you ever tried petting a cat without kicking it? What a question, okay? I have. And as a matter of fact, I have great relationships with cats that are in my life, okay? But the problem is very hot and cold, and I actually don't like it. Like, the thing is, the problem is like sometimes you be petting a cat, and the cat decides, okay, no more pets, okay? No more pets. And then at that point, it's like, well, you don't know if the petting allowance is done. And they just go, all right, it's time to maim you. I will now attack you. And it's like, well, what the fuck just happened? Like, fuck you mean? Why? Why did that happen to me? I thought we were chill like that. It turns out we're not fucking chill at all. Now I'm your biggest enemy. Cats will be like, please, come pet me. And then they'll do that thing where they just like rub on you and they're like, come on, give me pets. So then you give the cat pets. And then the cat will be like, okay, enough pets have happened. Which means now I'm going to kill you. I am done with you. You are discarded. It's called boundaries, sweetie. Enough is enough. It's like, this is the most anti-autistic stream you've ever done. Consent needs to be revocable. Otherwise, it's not really consent. Yeah, except like in the animal kingdom, if your fucking dog doesn't want to be pet, which is very rare, obviously. Most dogs love being pet all the time, forever. But like, if they don't want to be pet, they usually just like move away. Well, they do like this thing where it's like, no, I'm good, okay? Cats don't do that. They just flip it. They switch up on you. Can we just agree? Can we agree on that? Can we agree that cats literally fucking switch up on you and you're like, what the fuck? Like, that's the... No, dude, cat owners are so crazy. I'm trying to make amends, okay? I go back and forth with cats, okay? Sometimes I got drama with cats. Other times we squash the beef, okay? But, like, cat owners are worse than the fucking cats, which, unironically, is something that cat owners will agree with because they worship their cats. So they will go, yeah, you're right. Cats are better than me, for sure. Straight up. It's okay to be wrong. I still like you. I'm just saying, like, I want a cat that's chill all the time. You literally have no idea about cats because you don't like them. You yapping about cats just makes you look dumb. No, I think what's going on is, like, there is no, like, I have a middle ground opinion about cats. You either have to have unconditional love and fealty that you have demonstrated every day of your fucking life, or you're the biggest cat hater who wants to do a cat aside, okay? There's nothing in between. It's like, I am the most in between, most centrist ass motherfucker, and like every single cat owner in the chat is like, no, you are the worst person that's ever existed on the planet. You want to kill all the cats. You don't actually love cats at all. You've never pet a cat. You don't deserve to pet a cat, is what they're saying. You know what I mean? The way you are about cats makes me never want a dog. If this is what being dog owners is like, you be hating like shit. Stop lying. I'm just saying you haven't met my cat and don't know the sweetness that is him. No, guys, I already admitted that there are definitely cats out there that are just chill like that. Okay, I believe it. I believe it. I've met them. I've met chats. I've met cats that are chill like that permanently. Okay, and I've had wonderful interactions with them. Oh my God, do you agree with Hasan on his takes about cats? Yes is at 31%. Someone is 14. 54% resounding no. it just blows my fucking mind, dude. Cat owners get so touchy. No, I know. I didn't want to do the meme, which is not even a meme, it's a real thing, but goddamn, dude. Every time I talk about cats and have like a take that isn't immediately like cats are holy deities that have been brought upon this earth like we're fucking in ancient Egypt or some shit, motherfuckers go, you want to kill all the cats, you fucking piece of shit, I hate you. I think Twitch and mostly online spaces are also perfect for cat owners. So there's probably like an outsized representation of cat owners in comparison to like cat owners versus dog owners. Because if you own a dog, you have to be outside. Like you literally have to go outside and touch grass. And Twitch is the least grass touching ass fucking place online. So there's hella cat owners in here and they're overrepresented in comparison to, they're just like hella overrepresented in comparison to dog owners here. Yeah. The Zen diagram, even the Venn diagram of HasanAbi heads and cat people is almost a perfect circle. Yeah. You're online 2 dogs, shut up. Yeah, but I also spend a shit ton of time outside in comparison to my, extremely online contemporaries. Bro, that won the majority. Nose won the majority, bro. Do you agree with Hasan on his takes about cats? That's crazy. My takes are so reasonable. Didn't you literally grow up in Turkey? They allow cats in the mosques? I know. Cats also won't step on the Quran. Like, that's my favorite meme of, like, Muslims love cats so much. They're not big dog fans in general, at least in Turkey. My grandfather still, to this fucking day, gets, like, freaked out that my dog is, like, in the house. He does not like it. It's like if you saw a dog that busts through the door and said, wow, are all dogs this aggressive? No, I already accounted for this. I said there are fucking chill-ass cats, and there are mean-ass cats. And then there are cats that are hot and cold. The difference, however, is that cats are independent, therefore untrainable. Dogs, on the other hand, or you can train them, but like marginally. Whereas dogs are kind of dumb and goofy and silly and cute, but they're very trainable. Some dogs are harder to train than others, but ultimately you can still train most dogs. And yes, I have 2 dogs and I can confirm the cats are cleaner than the dogs. 100% cats are cleaner than the dogs. They self-clean. No, for sure. Cats are easier to take care of than dogs. They're cleaner than dogs. If you let them out, they would do a bird genocide and actually genuinely disrupt the delicate ecosystem. But they would be able to take care of themselves for sure. Dogs, on the other hand, cannot. Are cats responsible for cat ladies? The strange neuroscience of toxoplasmosis. Oh no, this is gonna be triggering. We can't read this. This is like if I just did a heel turn and all of a sudden started talking about how sick capitalism is. Okay, as a matter of fact, this article is more community shattering for me than doing a right-wing reactionary heel turn. Thoughts on bird people? They get committed. How often do you walk your dog when you stream that much? Like around a mile? Or if I'm not walking her a mile, I'm at least like running her. You know what I mean? The thing is, the wonderful often, not distance. I mean, guys, you see her behind me all day. Why do you think she sleeps like a fucking log the entire day, throughout the entire stream, sleeping through every fucking top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour and it's 3 minutes long? Why do you think that happens? It's because I worked her out this morning. Do you think your dog would be down to do a 6-mile run if you do it with her? No, she would not be able to run for 6 miles. I would not be able to run 6 miles. Yes, a tired dog is an obedient dog. A tired dog is a good dog. That is the truth. Also, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Weird thing is that dog people aren't even infected with parasites, and yet they become dog slaves. It makes sense to me to be a cat person if you're infected. What? Why does chat always act like you neglect your dog because you stream them? Most dog owners have a job too. Yeah, it's weird. Especially because like Kaya lives better than like 95% of humans on the planet. Like chatters would most likely swap places with Kaya if given the opportunity in a heartbeat. Okay? And the very same chatters who would swap places with her would literally simultaneously the ones that are like, she's enslaved. It's like, no, she's not. She fucking loves her life. Oh my god, I forgot the video. Did she get over peeing in the hallway? Of course. What is this anti-dog article for your cat slander? Rare human syndrome may explain why dogs are so friendly. Dogs and people with Williams syndrome may both owe their sociable personalities to changes in the same genes. The fuck? Williams syndrome, known as William-Burns syndrome, occurs when people are missing a chunk of their DNA containing about 27 genes. The syndrome affects about 1 in 10,000 people and is associated with a suite of mental and physical traits, including bubbly extroverted personalities, a broad forehead, full cheeks, heart defects, intellectual disability, and an affinity for music. Dog, this is literally the opposite of what I have. You could not have given, you unironically could not have pointed to like the exact opposite of the things I have. Sure, I have somewhat of an extroverted personality, but I wouldn't say a broad forehead other than like, 5-head memes like, yeah, I'm losing my hairline. I don't have full cheeks. I do not have heart defects. I do not have an intellectual... okay, maybe that one is fair. But an affinity for music? Literally the opposite. Is Kyle's tail groomed to look so unique? No. Oh, read the article. It's saying dogs have genes like that. Not that this is what leads people to liking dogs. Oh. Man's denying it now that the facts are in front of him. Big sad folks. Really? You think I have a fucking affinity for music and bubbly cheeks? Like, what the fuck are we doing? You only walk your dog once a day? No, I never walk my dog, actually. I beat her when you're not watching her on off stream. I can smell this chatter. It's always fun. When you can literally smell a chatter from afar. What the fuck do you mean? You only walk your dog once a week? No, I don't. Abby Nusselson. Look how defensive Hasan is getting. Yeah, I get so fucking annoyed about backseat. Being a backseat dog dad is so annoying. I was at the basketball course today, and this Zoomer came up to me. I was with Ted Nivison, and the Zoomer came up to me. He's like, "Yo, are you a streamer?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like, what do you stream? I was like, "Do you like politics?" He's like, do I know you? I was like, "Do you like politics?" He's like, "Oh my God, you're Hasan, right?" I was like, "Yeah." And you know why he recognized who I was? Because of Kaya. He literally was like, "Oh my God, I recognize you because of your dog." Like, God damn, bro, what the fuck? She's more famous than I am. Kaya made you L streamer. Yeah, no, she is. Took that ego down a notch? No, that makes me happy. You fell off. True. I fell off. Kaya fell on, dude. Also, you guys are like, she needs her own vlog channel. It's like, bro, she sleeps all day. I would strap a GoPro on her at the park and have her fucking run around. And then she just, the rest of the day, she just sleeps. Well, she sleeps all day, but then also on top of that, does this thing where she wants pets and she just like moves. She lays on her back and kicks her back feet up into the air, and is just like, "Come on, give me some pets, please."
I could sound like a drill when I'm sick.
Oh my God. Oh, this one's a classic.
There he is. Go down the slide.
Yes, one. Oh my God. Wow, bitch, you're not gonna have no fucking.
Sir.
Oh no.
You know where I can find the hoppity patum? The poopity patum? You know where I can hoppity patum patum?
She had no idea that this hawk landed inside of her house.
Bro, that hawk would have fucked that dog up if she didn't grab that dog, by the way. See? Dogs can be dumb as fuck, too. No, fuck the laptop at that point. Are you kidding me? Save the dog. Literally fuck the laptop at that point. Are you joking? That hawk would have snatched that little shit up and flown out of there. But when you shit on cats, you just go on and on, man. What do you want me to do? I just shit on a dog. It's not enough. Cat owners are so vindictive, dude. Like, cat owners are so vindictive. They're like, "Oh, remember when you shit on the cat? Why don't you fucking do 35 minutes on how dogs suck too? Not enough that you just fucking
Streamer
shit
was
on
trying to
this dog."
sneak up on this deer without scaring it.
Hey, I think your shoes are on the wrong feet.
No, not anymore.
You are not a cow. Come home. Come home,
You are
Lola.
not a cow.
You're
Come
not
home.
a cow.
Come home. Lola.
Learn about in school.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do?
He died for our sins.
No, that was...
This poor little guy couldn't hold on.
He ain't wrong, though. That's me at the strip club, at the stripper pole yesterday.
This police officer did not like how fast this biker was going. It sounds like this dog is about to charge into battle.
Bro, what
This
the
teacher
fuck?
told his student,
Yo, sometimes Great Danes freak me out. I don't know if that's a Great Dane or what is it called, a Vizsla, right? Or a Rhodesian Ridgeback? No, that's a Great Dane, right? Not a Vizsla. Weimaraner? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not a Great Dane. It's a Weimaraner. I think. Yeah, they're like pretty big hunting dogs, like old school. Rhodesian Ridgeback is a Harry Potter dragon dog. What? No, a Rhodesian Ridgeback is a lion killer. What are you talking about? I mean, the Weimaraner's got top marks, dude. Look at this. Good with other dogs. You know, that's the weakest one, but affectionate with family, good with young children. Top marks across the board. The Weimaraner, Germany's sleek and swift grey ghost, is beloved by hunters and pet owners alike for their friendliness, obedience, and their beauty. They enjoy exercise and plenty of it, along with lots of quality time with their humans. Instantly recognized by the distinctive silvery grey coat, male Weimaraners stand 25 to 27 inches at their shoulder. Best dog, Bichon Frise. What the fuck is a Bichon? Ugh. A description of the ideal dog of each recognized breed. Their personality dogs since antiquity. These irresistible canine comedians. Yeah, I don't fuck with dogs like that, man. I don't fuck with tiny dogs. I don't like. I think tiny dogs they got an attitude. They're fine. Like, they're still dogs, so I still like them. The bitch on Freeze is a horrible dog. Why are dog people so into eugenics and bloodlines when it comes to dogs? I mean, that is how they've bred dogs, is eugenics. The fuck do you mean? Dogs and human beings have had a relationship for fucking thousands of goddamn years through domestication. I don't think cat owners are that much into like breeding or I mean, there are like cat breeds too, and they're weird as fuck. I saw a video of a guy on my Twitter who was talking about like a Persian cat that's like really floofy, but it has the busted ass face too at the same time. Like, I fuck with Inca, the best little dog. Look at this little shit. What if there was a Kaya-sized cat? Would you like them? Fuck yes. The problem with the Kaya-sized cat, unfortunately, is that they do exist. They're just called lions and leopards and panthers and shit. And they're still cats and therefore incredibly fucking violent. That's the problem. But yes, I would love a giant cat. I would love a giant cat. It'd be so fucking sick. The issue is they're still cats and therefore incredibly susceptible to mood swings. And when you have a mood swing with a cat that is the size of a dog, they will kill you. The only thing that separates like a house cat and a fucking leopard is the size, pretty much. So if a house cat goes after your throat, they can't like just destroy you. What is this? Capone the serval cat? Yeah, this shit's awesome. I think these cats are fucking sick. The problem is like these are really unethical to have, right? And I think like some of them literally declaw them and shit, and it's like really fucked up to do. Bro, that's sick though. Like straight up, that's a cool ass. I would love to have a cat like that. Nah, they are not a wild animal though. They are domesticated. These things are not domesticated. I don't think cats are fucking not even domesticated. What are we talking about? Is it actually ethical to own pets to begin with? I think that, I mean, the ethics on that are questionable, I guess, but there's like things that you can do that is worse overall. I think a couple thousand years of domestication have just like rendered that argument really silly. If all cats were the size of dogs, we would all live in fear of our lives. Oh yeah, 100%. Cats have been domesticated longer than dogs. What are you talking about? Yeah, except it didn't fucking take. So tradition is the argument for the ethics in this situation. Guys, this is why I'm not a debate pervert, okay? Because I'm not a hyper-rational person, and neither are you really. But like, this is what I genuinely mean, where it's like, I'm not a fucking weirdo, dog. At a certain point, like, at a certain point, I'm just a fucking guy, okay? I'm not trying to fucking debate you on the ethics of animal ownership, okay? I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. Even if it's unethical, I don't care. It's the same shit with, like, veganism. Motherfucker went so appeal to tradition. It's like, anyway. I mean, is it ethical to do agriculture? I would argue not. I mean, yeah, it's everything we do is destructive to the planet. You still post content about Palestine? Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm done posting content about Palestine, actually. I know for a fucking fact, cynical dipshits come in here the one time where I'm like, it's, first of all, content about Palestine is ridiculous, calling it content. But I know for a fucking fact this dude came in here specifically to be like, doesn't seem to me like, methinks you're not doing the 68th day of Palestinian coverage. I wonder why. Methinks you're done talking about Palestine, not because you said it's Sunday FUNDAY, as is the title, but probably for some other alternative reason. Methinks I've got you. I will be reading about this in my subreddit later. All the other shut-ins. All of the other 45-year-old IT specialists that I hang out with on the subreddits are going to love that. They're going to go and say, we've won the moral victory. Palestine content. Bazinga. Aren't you giving them exactly what he wants, though? I mean, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want me making fun of him and calling him out like this. I suspect. Yeah, this cat's cool as fuck. Is Jubilee paying y'all? Dude, they might as well be. Are you going to react to the new Jubilee video, capitalism versus communism? Like, it's nonstop, they've asked today. What do you mean ignore the obvious bad faith troll? I have to do a silly voice, idiot. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to do a silly voice. I like doing silly voices. Y'all are just mad I'm not doing the silly voice while fucking playing Grand Theft Auto roleplay right now. Your comments in the videos about Palestine have actually changed my mind and helped me overcome my biases about Palestine and Gaza. Fuck yeah, Thick Curves. Thank you for being open-minded. I still haven't finished this video.
Where are you going? Why are you approaching me? Can you not? Sir, can I? What the f?
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
What the fuck is that?
Later.
What is that swing? How often ancient Rome experts? Oh my God. Okay, I have to watch this.
I'm Lauren Ginsberg, professor of ancient Rome, and I'm here to answer your questions from the internet.
Oh,
this
dude,
is
this is
ancient
sick.
Rome support.
I gotta do this.
At Abe Eagle, why did Romans wear togas? The average Roman did not go out of their house hanging out in a toga because togas were extremely long, extremely complicated gowns to put together. So even extremely elite Roman citizens recognized the toga as a ceremonial gown. I like this image because we have all these people who are wearing things that are decidedly not togas. What they are wearing is the basic Roman garment that anyone of any status, male or female, would wear, which is what's called the tunic or the tunica. And this is essentially a long t-shirt. At C450HS. Did the Romans really wash their clothes in urine? Yes, and essentially so do we. So if you look at any of your household cleaners, you will see that one of the highest ingredients generally is ammonia. It's very caustic, so it's not always very good for your things, but it cleans extremely effectively. And so the Romans were able to recognize that urine, when stored for quite some time, tends to break down into ammonia. So when you would bring your clothes to a Phalonica,
Roman shit is kind of fash-coded, not gonna lie. I mean, fascists literally do love Rome, yes. What do you think the fasci comes from? Where do you think the fasci symbolism comes from? But like, but I mean, the Roman Empire is sick, dude. Straight up. It's the same as any other empire, especially when like a long-ass time period has passed by. We're obviously still living in the ashes of the British Empire, so obviously it's not the same where like people hate it, understandably so, because victims of that colonial violence, like still very much like the state lines have been drawn off of that still. I mean, literally look at the fucking look at Israel, right? However, as far as the Roman Empire goes, like you kind of look back at it in awe. For me, I've never been a big Roman Empire guy. Obviously, I learned more about the Ottoman Empire. I didn't really care about the Roman Empire at all when I was growing up. However, the reason why I'm fascinated by it is because overall, I've talked about this before, like they had incredible technological achievements for like how, like they were really ahead of the game. And then they had a fucking server wipe. And I personally find Like, I personally find that fascinating that, like, they were so goddamn advanced at such a fucking early ass stage that, like, basically the foundational principles and, like, even quite literally the cities, like, you go to fucking London, right? You go to London, you go to half of Europe, you go to half of Western Europe, you go to London, like, that's literally shit that the fucking Romans built that these Anglo-Saxon dogs barely fucking managed to understand and lived on top of while dying because they couldn't wipe their asses correctly because of the server wipe that I was referencing, which is nuts. That's crazy. No server wipe, it just moved to the Islamic world. No, server wipe came for Europe. The European servers were wiped. Obviously, the Muslim servers were working fine at the time. What is the server wipe? Their fall was extremely slow. No, that's not what I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that the meme of like the Roman Empire fell in one day. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Obviously, people love talking about like the Roman Empire fell because of this or that, and it's like, dog, that was like over 1,000 years. The fuck are you talking about? Like you can track the American empire's beginning and like unironic end in a much shorter time frame than like the fucking Roman Empire. And that is even if you don't add the Byzantine to the conversation, which some European scholars don't like doing, because then technically you would have to say that the Roman Empire ended because the Ottoman Empire destroyed it. And that would mean that like these scary Muslim guys are the ones who ended the greatest empire of all time. It's a little bit of fucking, in my opinion, just, you know, somewhat a little bit white supremacist attitude that like a lot of people have normalized and have. Anyway, let's continue.
So this is a laundromat, essentially, in the ancient world. First thing was it would go into a vat in which highly concentrated urine would be poured, and you would let it sit there. Then the clothes would be washed with clean, flowing water in 3 to 4 separate vats. Until the end, it was basically perfectly clean, and it could be line-dried. Finn Huckster, did the Romans really have vomitoriums? Yes, but not in the way that you mean. It is true that if you look at some urban plans in Rome, stadium buildings, amphitheaters, theaters, places where tens of thousands of people would come, you will often find the word vomitorium that's written there. And somehow a myth has
Save the Children? You're a Save the Children type of guy? Thoughts on Saving the Children update?
been created that this is where decadent Romans would go after they ate too much food and they would purge themselves. This is not what those words mean. It comes from the Latin word vomo, vomere, which basically means to send forth. And so, yes, on the one hand, send forth your food. But on the other, it can mean to send forth people. So what these were actually large stairways to get lots of people out of a
Any ancient society that's technologically advanced just so happens to also be a colonial empire. Maybe it's not advancement, but exploitation that's behind it. No, exploitation plays a role throughout the entire course of history.
Stadium very quickly. So we actually still use the exact same technology that Romans called vomitoria. We just don't call them vomitoriums. And I, for one, think maybe we should. At Not Land Lou. Man, they didn't even have popcorn back in ancient Rome. True story. What did they snack on in the Colosseum? This made headlines last summer because they've actually started to do excavations in the drainage system of the Colosseum and in the sewers. Because if you think about it, if you go to a rock concert today, you can see everything sticky on the floor, people throw their food all over the place. Where does that go? In ancient Rome, it would go down into the drains and it would go down into the sewers. And that means that things that can survive for those millennia, we can be able to tell that those were the kind of foods that were snacked on. All sorts of varieties of nuts and residues of nuts have been found in these sewers. Fruits, for example, figs and peaches and other fruits, grapes that were easy to carry. Also, what they discovered was that people seemed to bring, or at least have access to, small portable grills, sort of like tailgating grills, little braziers, where they could grill meat at the time as you watched people fight to the death and animals.
Dude, that's fucking so sick. Come on, dude. These motherfuckers were grilling, dog. That shit is... Oh, that's so cool.
At Dog, why does concrete from ancient Rome stand up better than modern concrete? If we look at this dome in the Pantheon of Rome, it looks pretty...
Oh, this part is actually sick. I wonder if she'll talk about like the newly discovered technologies. This is what I bring up all the time, is like volcanic ash and the chemical composition of the type of like cement that they used is literally, oh God, it's so sick.
spectacular today. If we consider that this dome is made of concrete, and we think of a bridge that might have been built in your city in the 1970s, these two things do not look the same. So just this past summer, a team of civil engineers from MIT set out to figure out what this was, and they think that they have an answer. If you look at Roman concrete, you can see in the matrix these chunks of white material. So this group of MIT scientists figured out that these white chunks called lime clasts were deliberate and were also proof that the Romans used something called quicklime, as opposed to lime that had been pre-mixed with water, which had always been the assumption. And the quicklime superheats the chemical process as it makes concrete. And so one of the
Roman concrete is not actually better than modern concrete. It's just not as subjected to much load as modern structures are. No, the part that is actually better than modern concrete is that it's a self-fixing type of concrete, right? I thought like it is not susceptible to water damage in the same way that modern concrete is, because it actually ends up self-healing over time due to water. Water ends up forcing it to expand, so it expands into the fucking cracks rather than what would happen under normal circumstances where like water ends up destroying modern concrete over a long ass period of time, which is fucking nuts. It's insane that like it's built to last. It's crazy.
The things we've always known about Roman concrete is that it can harden really quickly, including underwater. Also, the other property that they were able to recreate in the lab was that Roman concrete can be self-healing to a certain amount. So if you put modern concrete and Roman concrete in a stress environment so that the concrete cracks, Roman concrete can actually heal that cracks. And the key that they think they found is that these lime clasts, these calcificized white chunks, would be able to immediately distribute material to those cracks and help with the self-healing properties. It is much more expensive to make concrete this way, so I'm not actually sure that we're about to have a Roman concrete revolution, but it is pretty cool that these scientists think they've recreated what the secret of Roman concrete is.
I mean, that's sick as fuck.
Fault. Did those gladiators really fight lions? How often did they die? Absolutely. Gladiators really fought lions. It's not even like they would just be released from a
That shit's sick as fuck too, by the way.
gate and everyone could tell. And architectural investigation has shown the technology through which lions below the surface of the floor of the Colosseum would able to be launched into the air to suddenly appear. But the question about how often did they die, we have tombstones that show gladiators who have won 50 different competitions in their life. Evidence of gladiators who retire from being a gladiator and train other gladiators. And so it wouldn't really make sense if every time they went into the arena, there was a 50-50 shot that they weren't going to walk out. Instead, what we see mostly when it's human versus human, gladiator versus gladiator, is a heavily stage-managed, choreographed fight that's designed to be extremely exciting for the audience. That doesn't mean that they weren't sometimes killed. We have gators. What did the Romans invent that we still use today? One thing we want to poke at is this word invention, because the Romans sort of took things that existed, concrete is a good example, and
Victorius Civilius with the best Rome video with 6 million views, the longest year in human history, 46 BCE.
Perfected it. But the example I think of immediately is actually surgical tools, scalpels, tweezers, forceps. But the actual basic tools, if you looked on, say, the set of Grey's Anatomy or some medical show, would look extremely similar to what the Romans were using in the past. And they would be made out of similar types of metal. From This Is Nico. Did they have bars in ancient Rome, or did wine just flow freely down the streets? Unfortunately, no. But they did have bars, and they had bars all over the place. So these were often called tavernae, and these would be bars where you could get drink, but you could also get food. And this is a great example. So this comes from some recent excavations in Pompeii, in an area
that's a shitter, right? Isn't that a shitter?
And what you can see here is a big counter.
Or
so you
maybe
can
not.
imagine someone behind here actually serving alcohol. But those big jars that you see
Oh, I thought that's like where you shit in it.
would also have food. So stews, rich, hot items that people would either get to have as their primary meal of the day in the bar, or that they would then take home where they could heat it up simply. So these bars show up so often in these working class neighborhoods of Pompeii. And the analogy I like to use is they show up as often as a Dunkin' Donuts does in the city of Boston. And the graffiti that we found on them shows that they're really a social...
Yeah, that's the other crazy part. They did so much graffiti, bro. They were tagging shit.
Social hub of the neighborhood. It's likely that you would just go to the pub on the corner, much the way we think of neighborhood bars today. From Attempts Flame. Come on, I suppose next you're gonna tell me that all those Greek and Roman statues were actually gaudily painted. Yes, I'm here to tell you that all of those Greek and Roman statues were painted, but I object to the term
Dude, that part is so weird. When I found that out, that blew my fucking mind. Can you imagine? That shit would be so weird, bro. That would be so fucking weird. Think about it. You'd be like, oh, it's like you look at that and it's just like a human. I feel like that. I feel like it's better if it's all white. You know what I mean? Because like having all that shit be colored, you'd be like, I mean, it's like scary. You know what I mean? It's just like, is that a human or is that not a human? It fuck you up. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. No, it just looks like a human. Why the rest of the world is very colorful? No, because like imagine you're just like walking down the street and you see a fucking, you know, people in Roman were stupid, right? What do you mean? I'm just saying, like, if you saw like a statue, okay, and it looked like a human being, even when you know, walked up next to it, you'd be like, what the fuck? Oh God, it would freak me the fuck out. You think movies are real too? No, dude, there's a difference between, really? You think like a statue out in fucking public is the same as a movie? How fucking stupid. You're watching something on screen. Obviously, it's different than like, I'm saying the shock factor of having like going into a fucking wax museum. Imagine if all of the statues looked like that. It would be freaky.
Gaudily. When people think about what it was like to walk around the streets of ancient Rome, they think about these things that are here: bright white marble, marble buildings, marble statues. The Romans would have found all of this white marble extremely boring. They loved vibrancy, and they were also world-class painters. There was a fantastic exhibit last summer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art that actually featured a number of recreated statues in which scientists had very carefully taken tiny bits of pigment on statues. So you could see that, say, a statue of someone like Nero here, each layer of clothing would be painted with shades, with texture, with patterns. And the same thing is true with Roman buildings. Rome was awash of color. Nevada de Night 67. Was ancient Rome really a sexual free-for-all? So here's the thing. Romans had a very healthy sex life. Romans had sex inside and outside the institution of marriage. Romans had sex for procreation, yes, but also for pleasure. Romans had access to contraception. Romans, especially Roman women, would rise up when they thought that those rights were being curtailed. Romans have pictures and works of art and literary texts that talk about sexual desire, that talk about sex acts, that talk about their favorite positions. Short, it's woman on top is the thing that they say.
It's pretty funny thinking about that. Yeah, thinking about that, and then like the next 500, 600 years of European history. Like, that's what I mean. This is exactly what I'm talking about with the server wipe, okay? Like, this is part of it, where like they did all this shit and then server wipe, and then they were literally so backwards. Now, because the Roman Empire is so long, over such a long period of time, and I will admit it's not my, it's a recent fascination of mine, so it's not like I'm super well versed in it. Obviously it depends on what era that you're talking about. You know what I mean? But even then, thank God we've all agreed already on women's contraception being their right and choice. Yeah. The reason why I look at that and think like, damn, you know, you can just like really fucking regress, is because I feel like we're at the tail end of, if you're thinking about the Roman Empire as like a one continuous empire all the way from whenever it started, the monarchy to fucking republic to empire to the Byzantine Empire, that's so many fucking decades. I mean, it's so many centuries, right? And I guess you could say the same about like the British Empire if you factor in like the American Empire as a continuation of the British Empire. And even within that time frame, it does feel like we're, you know, coming to the tail end of a server wipe, potentially. A little bit grim to think about, but, you know.
They seem to like a lot. Men have sex with women have sex with men, women have sex with women have...
I thought the Roman Empire went from monarchy to republic to back to the monarch or like emperor structure. I thought it was like kings, and then it was a republic, and then it was empire. The female position of the Roman Empire was of servitude. Don't forget, they were not having fun. It's just the men were, I don't know, cucked, I guess, and accepted their loss of power if women rose up. I mean, that's a... I don't know if that's I think if you look at the Roman Empire, you have to look at women's position in society then in comparison to after the Roman Empire, and not necessarily to today. Kings, consuls, republics, emperors. But life under empires isn't as cool as the socialist free-for-all we're about to have when this one collapses, right? I don't think it's great when stability and structure erodes entirely. It becomes not a socialist free-for-all, but instead a capitalist free-for-all. It becomes a anarcho-capitalist dystopia.
Have sex with men. And so much like today, it was really a spectrum of sexual behavior, sexual performance, sexual interest. From the Kino corner, which Roman emperor was objectively the best? The Roman Empire was an autocracy, which means that all Roman emperors were autocrats. And it means I don't actually think any of them were very good people. I think in general that form of government doesn't lead to people doing good things. So I'm going to take a couple of examples of good and bad emperors. We have a friend Nero here, who everyone probably agrees the worst of the worst emperors. And then we have everyone's favorite emperor on the internet, Marcus Aurelius. He wrote this nice book of Stoic philosophy, and so people think he's extremely chill. And
except I don't know how correct this is, but didn't he spell doom for the end of the Roman Empire, triggering the end of the Roman Empire by forcing his fail son into power, rather than doing the regular, like, I guess, kind of meritocratic approach, which was to son a general, or like to son someone that you considered to be like someone who you thought had like really good bona fides. Aurelius was a loser. Good thing Commodus took power and started doing real shit. I like the reactionary approach to like ancient Rome. Yeah, dude, Commodus is the fucking real one, dog. What are you talking about? He had fun.
And thus, under his empire, things must have gone particularly well. But let's ask this question, objectively the best for whom? And was he objectively the best for the substantial population of the Roman Empire at that time who were enslaved? We always have an idea of what we mean as best for whom, and I just don't happen to think that the Roman Empire produced anyone that we would consider to be a fair ruler today. At Royally Ari, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? Well, this is a little bit of an unfair question because I have to say the answer is more than daily because it is a professional obligation. I probably think about the Roman Empire more than your average person. On Azora HQ, how effective were public toilets and bathrooms at keeping people clean? And how was hygiene in ancient Rome? Romans had extremely advanced technologies of water. For example, they had extensive systems of aqueducts that were able to bring clean water across vast expanses of land. They had a sewer system as of, I believe, the 4th century BC. That's bananas. They had public bathing facilities, so it was very regular if you were a Roman, no matter your status, to actually go and use these baths on a daily basis to clean yourselves. And yes, they also had public toilets. This would not be the only place that people would go to the bathroom, but you can see in this that we would have stalls. They would probably not lead to a lot of privacy. And you can see that running along down the side of them would be places for channels of water. So what were the Romans not good at in terms of hygiene with this water technology? Well, they didn't understand things like dysentery, about communicable diseases that way. And so if you're having, say, reusable toilet paper, which in the Roman world would be a sea sponge, and it's being cleaned in vinegar, which can do some things, that's not going to stop things like dysentery from being passed along. On Azora HQ, what kind of toys did Roman children play with? We have so much wonderful information about the value that was put on playing as a social emotional strategy for raising Roman children. One of my favorite is actually this doll. This particular one is made out of ivory, and what's so impressive about it is you can see that the limbs are articulated, so you can see that you can sit. I did not miss the public shitting. I'm good on not seeing this doll down. You can have her stand up, and this doll actually also has the famous hairstyle of the Roman empress at the time, Julia.
It literally has points of articulation, which is fucking OP.
So she's also a high fashion doll. We know that dice games were very common, walking toys that would clearly teach little toddlers how to walk, and a lot of the building blocks that teach children how to play with each other were considered particularly important. And with this doll could also be considered extremely beloved objects that someone would keep well past their girlhood. From El Gringo Loco, what was the average lifespan of a Roman peasant? This is a really great question because you're gonna find on the internet when you look this up, this idea that the Roman average lifespan was 35 years. And then people often think as a result that if you made it to 35, you were grandparent age. And that's just not true because we have to think about what an average means.
Yeah, people, this is a common misconception with average lifespan. It just means that like there's a lot of childhood death, right? Like it doesn't mean that there aren't like hella fucking 75-year-olds. Yeah, child deaths, like child mortality fucking ruins those numbers usually, which obviously means like a society is not necessarily a society is not necessarily advanced, clearly, if there's a lot of child mortality like the United States of America. But, you know.
Infant mortality in Rome was astronomically high. Most children died within the first year of birth. So that was just infant mortality. Child mortality, about 50% of children died by age 10. And you can see already why that's lowering and lowering that average. So if you made it to age 10 as a lower class Roman citizen, whether you were living in the country, you had a decently high chance of making it into your mid-50s. And we know plenty of people lived beyond that. Our next question is from Krista Collin. How does an archaeologist look at an ancient column and conclude this was a Roman brothel? They could not do that. We do know that there's a very famous purpose-built brothel in Pompeii. And the building is entirely full of tiny stalls, and in each of the stalls is only a bed-shaped platform. Above the stalls are extremely graphic sex acts, and then there is graffiti. And my favorite that has survived—
Guys, this artistic nudity. Oh, hello. Somebody just woke up. God. Ew. Look at that nastiness still from the fucking dog park. She still got fucking gunk on her mouth. Ugh. Hello. Look at that tail. Look at that fucking cute-ass tail.
Survived is over one stall, and I have to imagine this was from the sex worker, that wrote, "Thrust slowly." Putting all of those things together, it's pretty easy to see that this was a place where sex work was on the agenda. Namahona Twitu, what rights did Roman women gain in imperial Rome? Roman women couldn't vote, and that's a big one. But Roman women could be citizens. Roman women could own property in their own name. They could inherit property in their own name. Roman women could be business owners, and some of whom were using their own business sense to advance their children, especially their sons, in their political ambition. Roman women could hire a lawyer to defend themselves or to bring a suit in court. Roman women lived with a greater degree of freedom across social classes than we're used to seeing in the ancient world. At Cream Cakes, how many civil wars did Rome have, including the Byzantine era?
Not bad for the time. No, pretty good for the time. Time to watch the unbiased history.
That is a very hard question to answer for very good reasons. One is that the Romans thought that civil war was something inside them that you had to fight against every day or it would erupt. Romans had documented civil wars, and they're the ones that actually came up with this term, where two—
The rest of Europe was in prehistoric communism, so was it really better in Rome? I don't know, dog. I do like technological advancements, like primitive accumulation is great and all, but like I'm not a fucking anarcho-primitivist, you know what I mean? And it's not even like I wouldn't even consider it at that point. It's like
two Roman armies would fight each other, headed by two Romans. But what's the difference between that and an uprising of enslaved people who are part of the Roman population, like Spartacus? Is that a civil war? What's the difference between—
But it's on the disgusting British were
guerrilla war tactics? Do we call that a civil war? You can see it becomes very hard to parse when one part of Rome is fighting the other, but it happens all the time. At Blood Orange, what the fuck did ancient Romans wear during the winter? I know, right? Because all the images we see are in these sort of lightweight linen shirts and like sandals. That's our image of Rome. And it snowed in Rome. Well, the key to Roman happiness in this would be layers in the same way that it is today. And Romans actually had access, even then, to material that we know is the best to keep you warm, and that is wool.
They didn't have access to the top of the hour ad break avoidance fees, though. So at the top of the hour, you know, you had a guy shout both the new commands of Caesar, but also serve you what is known as ads, right? For 3 minutes while doing weird hand gestures, okay? And the reality is, luckily you have a $5 a month or a free Twitch Prime in order to avoid the top of the hour ad break. The guy from Rome 2005, yeah. 5 denarii per month. Friends, Romans, countrymen, Lend me your five denarii to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Caesar commands it. No tradesmen of ill repute. No prostitutes and no tradesmen of ill repute. I love that. I fucking love that. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
So the average Roman would wear socks. Yes, Romans really pioneered the idea of socks and sandals. They would wear extra thick socks, but they also didn't just wear sandals. They had thick leather shoes, and the more layers of leather, the better those shoes would be in winter conditions. And then cloaks. Tons and tons of beautiful wool cloaks on top. At Robert Smith 29th. I was wondering how the Romans produced their Roman coins.
Robert Smith, PFP.
And how they put the emperor onto the coins. The way the Romans made coins was a by hand process. So what you would do is you would have a base, and you would put in this base a mold that had one side of the coin. And in that mold, you would put a metal disc, and I would put it face down. So you can imagine it's almost like a clam with 2 molds, and the metal disc goes in here. And then I take a hammer and I whack it. And that's called stamping. And that would put the images on both sides of the coin. From @Theiston Thought. Did ancient Romans go on hikes or go to the beach for relaxation? Yes. There was a heavy leisure time activity in Rome where people would go to the coast, especially the Bay of Naples, and have seaside villas and go to these really fancy baths, sort of like a spa vacation, but it could last months. The extreme elite of Rome that would have access to these seaside villas. So the average Roman person probably didn't have a lot of time to be able to do that. So what did they do to relax? Rome had a lot of holidays around a festival calendar, and these festivals would feature gladiatorial
That
matches.
shit's so sick. Dude, fun time is so important.
They would feature chariot racing. They would feature theatrical spectacles, including the ancient equipment.
Bro, you take like 3 days off a year. Brother, I love what I do. It's not a thing you can compare, okay? It's so dumb. Also, what I'm talking about is like festivals and holidays and shit. That's what I love about American capitalism the most, as I've talked quite a bit about, which is like Thanksgiving is fun. You know what I mean? You get together with the family, you eat, you drink. Same with Christmas. There's like gift giving. That stuff is cool. Americans need to have more holidays, honestly.
Equivalent of musicals. And we have evidence that people, even from rural communities, would come in for these festivals, especially the big ones. That's because they were state holidays. In the empire, there were over 100 days of public holidays.
What the fuck? Dude, what the 100? But I guess they didn't have weekends, right? I guess technically they didn't have weekends, which would be like around the same. It comes out to basically no weekends, but basically the concept of weekends. You know what I mean? But I guess they also had like, was there a day they didn't work on Sundays, did they? I can't remember. Did they work on Sundays? So I guess they had like at least 52 days off plus 100 holidays on top of that. So 152 holidays, 152 days off, right? So that's basically like having a fucking 3-day weekend. Like, think about that. It's basically like working 4 days a week rather than 5. Like, that's what it comes out to. Also helps to have slaves. Yeah, but I don't know how how common how commonplace slaves were. I actually don't know. They definitely had a shit ton of slaves. I'm saying that like, well, I guess even normal workers, like normal citizens, had slaves too, right? Roman slavery is very different than American chattel slavery also. That is true, but there were a lot of slaves. It wasn't like industrialized, but most rich people had a ton of slaves. There's an intensity curve to the work week as well. The early part of the week was easier. They had hustle days. Oh yeah, we watched the Historia Civilis video about that. About 30% of the population of the empire were enslaved. It was very common, to the point that the Senate passed a resolution that slaves would not wear an identifier, because if they knew how many were around, they would revolt. 104 days are weekend days, so we have more days off total. Please don't tell the capitalists. No, that's not true. If you factor in Sundays being off, that's 52, and then 100 days of holidays, that's 152. No, they had more days off across the board than we do. That's what I was doing. That's like, it factors into a 4-day work week, basically. If you have 100 holidays plus all Sundays off, that quite literally is more days off unconditionally than the American work week. Oh shit, not this yet.
Tamon. So like, in ancient Rome, what was living there like? People worked and then went home, and did they pay rent? The average Marcus, I should say, instead of the average Joe. He could be a shoemaker, could be someone who sews clothing, could be a launderer. Any of the activities that you need done in your general city life would be the same thing that they would need done in ancient Rome. Sometimes home was right above you. If they were quite wealthy, they might own the space that their shop is in, but often they would be renting out both of those spaces from a landlord. And you bet the Romans complained about their landlords. Shoddy upgrades, vermin that weren't being taken care of, a neighbor who parties too hard and wakes the baby. At TweakFan25, did they have weed in ancient Rome? Yes, but not in the way that you were asking. Romans really loved hemp as a plant, and they loved how easy it was to make ropes with it. We find hemp products all over the place, and hemp, the word for it in Latin, is cannabis, so you can see the connection. But there's no sense that the Romans, first of all, smoked it. Smoking was not a particularly good thing in Roman culture, but there's also not great evidence that they recognized its sort of mind-altering possibilities. At Kevin Feeney, it will always be faintly extraordinary to me that Roman historians cannot agree on the answer to the superficially simple question of how many Roman emperors were there. So when Augustus is the first emperor, he declares a successor, Tiberius. Tiberius becomes the next emperor, and miraculously we have 2. So why is it so hard to keep counting? Eventually Rome becomes big, and eventually other people decide they could be emperor. And what does it take to become emperor? For a lot of Romans, the answer is an army that they're paying can declare them emperor, and they can besiege Rome until they are declared emperor. Flash forward to later in the Roman Empire, when we have divided centers. Is the center of Rome the city of Rome anymore? No. There's a center in Constantinople. Sometimes it's Milan, sometimes it's Ravenna. We're getting then multiple emperors or people who could be perceived as emperors at the same time, but we also get usurpers, guys with armies that come in, think, I could do this. And who gets to declare them emperor at that point? There aren't rules for this one way or another. It can become really hard for us to tell who is emperor. And sometimes all we have is a single coin as evidence. Just one coin that one guy who claims to be emperor minted. Was he emperor? We have no idea. At Terra Encounters, how many gods did ancient Romans worship? It's not really fair to ask how many gods they worshipped. It's more fair to ask, what gods didn't they worship? Romans saw divine in lots of things. Springs had a divine being. Caves had a divine being. They had a festival to ward off mildew, and it was called the Robigalia, and it was in April. And that showed that they also thought that mildew had a divine spirit in it that they could essentially bribe to not destroy their crops. So the Romans had a really heavy investment in seeing the divine in as many places as possible and finding a way to connect with that religiously. At Shakespeare, I need someone to tell me if Romulus and Remus were real, like, immediately. Romulus and Remus are the legendary founders of Rome. They were twins who'd been expelled from their patrimony by an evil king, and they were supposed to be drowned in a river. And the legend goes that a she-wolf found them and nursed them and prevented them from dying. And then when they grew up, they were able to overthrow the evil king, and they were able to found their own civilization. But even the Romans are pretty skeptical about this story. You can see a lot of the historians later saying, really? A she-wolf? Are we sure it wasn't a sex worker that we just called a she-wolf? This was a pretty legendary story, sort of like George Washington and the cherry tree, and they didn't put much factual faith behind it. All right, that's all the time we have for questions for today. I hope you learned something weird and interesting about Romans, and we'll see.
This is sick. Also, the wolf meta is strong, which means the Romans were panturenic as well, which means that the Romans are also Turks. We're not going to dive into No Pixel yet. I'm going to watch this one too. And then after that, we're going to do No Pixel, okay? So shut the fuck up. I don't want fucking complaints.
In the summer of the year 46 BCE, Julius Caesar returned to the city of Rome, a victorious general. All of his military opposition had been squashed, and all of his enemies, save for Labienus and a couple of Pompey's sons, had either been killed or forced into submission. This precise moment.
As an Italian, I appreciate this interest. It's because I'm going to Italy. That's why. I'm going to Italy for the first time ever. Italy's like one of the only Western European countries I haven't been to. That and Portugal. Yeah, Portugal, carajo. So I'm going with my family. So I wanted to watch like some shit to get in the mood. So I watched HBO's Rome. Okay, I watched HBO's Rome. And obviously, as you guys know, I've portrayed myself as an Italian American for some time, so I'm basically Italian. So you better watch out after all your Italian comments over the years. So that's why I started watching it. I have watched Barbarians. He's fucking sick. But that's way before I I was more interested in the Roman shit. But no offense, you're not going to ancient Rome. You're going to modern Italy. Watch La Grande Bellezza and Loro by Paolo Sorrentino. No, and then my mom was like, you should watch The Medicis. And that one isn't as fun, in my opinion, as like the ancient Rome shit. Too much drama. Not enough, like, I don't think there's enough, like, fucking in that. There's not enough fucking in it. There's not enough, like, horror. But anyway, I also don't know what I'm gonna do when I'm, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do when I'm there, stream-wise. We'll see. I do want to do an IRL stream out there, for sure, at nighttime. Medici is too Catholic to be as fun. That's what I'm saying, dude. Catholicism is just so ass cheeks. Like, in comparison to the psychopathic shit that they were getting down with in Rome. You know, like slicing cow neck and then like having the cow blood wash all over you and shit, like bull blood wash all over you and shit. Like, they were doing some real psycho shit. But anyway, we'll see. I just don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I don't know if I know anybody out there, like any content creators out there, anyone that I could link up with out there. So we'll see. Watch Solo, They Eat Shit. Yeah, no, I'm good, thank you.
When Caesar returned to the city was a major turning point in Roman history. For years, Roman politics had been getting weirder and more dysfunctional, but now was the time when things really go off the deep end. Before Caesar could even make it back to the city, the Senate took it upon itself to offer him unprecedented political power. His dictatorship, which was due to expire in a few months, was extended for an additional 10 years. This was unheard of, as the dictatorship was supposed to be a 6-month emergency measure. Why did the Senate do this? If Caesar made a power grab, many in the Senate feared the worst. By preempting him, the Senate believed that they could keep Caesar within the bounds of the law, and by attaching a time limit to their offer, they would be able to revisit this whole arrangement in 10 years' time. Caesar would probably be in a weaker position than he was right now, and with a little luck, they might be able to push him into retirement. The Senate also gave Caesar permission to serve as consul consecutively for the next 5 years, which, when paired with the dictatorship, would give him a free hand to push through pretty much whatever legislation he wished. Alongside this, Caesar was also handed a bunch of new powers. I'm not going to go down the whole laundry list, but they included the power to declare war and issue pardons whenever he wished. This was some real authoritarian stuff. The Senate still held on to some legislative authority, but they were making one hell of a gamble. When Caesar returned to Rome, he asked the Senate to meet with him outside the Pomerium. He told them that he had conquered new territory for Rome, and that he had been hailed as imperator by his armies. He formally asked their permission to cross the Pomerium under triumph. In fact, he said that he was qualified for 4 triumphs, one for Gaul, one for Egypt, one for Asia Minor, and one for North Africa. It's worth briefly explaining each of these claims. In Gaul, he had annexed a bunch of territory and been hailed as imperator. Gaul was totally legit. In Egypt, it gets more complicated. If you remember, Caesar lost a battle, then won a battle, then negotiated a settlement where he handed a Roman province over to the Queen of Egypt. Giving away a province is kind of the opposite of conquering territory. The Egyptian campaign should not have qualified for a triumph. In Asia Minor, Caesar won a decisive battle, but all he really did was restore the status quo. That doesn't really count as conquering new territory, although I guess it's debatable.
Sometimes you have to fucking pad the stats a little bit. It's called resume building, okay? It's very normal.
As for North Africa, this one's really complicated. Caesar won a decisive battle, but in this case it was against his own countrymen. For the sake of public relations, Caesar argued that King Juba of Numidia was the brains behind the North African campaign, but this was not true. After Caesar's victory, he shifted some of the Numidian. I'm going to spend a few minutes going through each of Caesar's 4 triumphs, but if this piques your interest at all, you should know that I made a video where I break down each step of the Roman triumph in excruciating detail. Learning about the Roman triumph ruins every parade you see for the rest of your life. Caesar's 4 triumphs would be celebrated on 4 separate days, in the order in which they occurred. Gaul, then Egypt, then Asia Minor, then North Africa. The conquest of Gaul was Caesar's greatest achievement, and the Gallic triumph would serve as its living monument. Remember Vercingetorix, the so-called King of the Gauls? 6 years ago, Vercingetorix led a united Gallic army that almost succeeded in pushing the Romans out of Gaul. Caesar eventually captured Vercingetorix and defeated the united Gallic army, after which Rome would establish a permanent presence in Gaul.
Yeah, Asterix and Obelix. I grew up, bro, by the way, I grew up reading those comics in Turkey, which was sick. In Turkish, we called Obelix, Oburix. Obur means like really, like fat and really hungry. Like someone who is, I guess, what is it? It's one of the 7 deadly sins. What is it called? What's the sin? Gluttony. Oburix, Obur means glutton. So they translated Obelix into glutton. Gluttonix, basically, for Turkish.
For the intervening 6 years, which included the entirety of the Roman Civil War, Vercingetorix had been rotting in a Roman jail. Why didn't they just kill him? Well, for the Romans, few things were more prestigious than having a foreign king walk in one's triumph. This Roman tendency towards humiliation and cruelty extended Vercingetorix's life 6 years. Caesar's Gallic triumph kicked off with wagons carrying paintings depicting Caesar's various victories over the Gauls. These were followed by even more wagons, hauling...
This shit was kind of cool, too. I mean, it's, like, kind of gross from modern-day standards, but, like, wild that they would just, like, set up... Wild that they would set up, like a propaganda wagon, basically, and parades and stuff.
And captured Gallic treasure. Walking alongside these wagons were an assortment of Gallic prisoners, including the so-called King of the Gauls, Vercingetorix. After this, Caesar made his entrance by crossing the Pomerium and making his way up the Via Sacra before cheering crowds. As the name would imply,
apparently they had like the elephants fucking walk too, right?
Via Sacra was home to Rome's largest temples. As Caesar was passing the temple to Fortuna, the goddess of luck, one of the wheels on his chariot snapped and he was thrown onto the street. To the superstitious Romans, it appeared that the goddess of luck had finally abandoned Caesar. After a brief delay, another chariot was found and the triumph continued. As Caesar approached...
Not a cell phone in sight. Yeah, everyone just having a great time, dude.
The Gallic triumph's grand finale, he decided to climb the steps to the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on his knees in an act of penance. Hopefully, the goddess of luck would find this pleasing. After this bit of public humiliation, Vercingetorix, the so-called King of the Gauls, having played his part, was strangled to death. The rest of the Gallic prisoners met the same fate. An important part of the triumph is that Caesar's soldiers were permitted to cross the Pomerium and follow behind him along the triumphal route. By the end of the triumph, everybody was pretty loose, if you know what I mean, and it was customary for the soldiers to entertain the crowd by singing rude songs. Suetonius, writing 150 years after the fact, had access to sources that are now lost to us, and went to the trouble of transcribing one of the songs that Caesar's army sang during the Gallic triumph. It went something like this. Romans, watch your wives. Here's the bald adulterous whore. We pissed away your gold and Gaul and come to borrow more. A few days later, after the partying had settled down a bit, it was time for the Egyptian triumph. As part of the negotiated settlement with Egypt, Caesar had taken Cleopatra's sister and former rival Arsinoe captive. Arsinoe was a former...
The parade is kind of problematic. Not watching it, just the parade itself.
Queen herself, and as such, she would become the second monarch to walk in one of Caesar's triumphs. By all accounts, Arsinoe was young, charming, attractive, and probably fluent in both Greek and Latin.
Bro was just parading all the monarchs he collected like Pokemon.
We don't know exactly what she said or did, but whatever it was, the crowd immediately took a liking to her. Before too long, people were calling on Caesar to spare her life. Caesar, sensing the mood of the crowd, gave in to popular demand and allowed Arsinoe to take up residence in a Roman temple. There's no doubt that this move annoyed Cleopatra. But when you think about it geopolitically, Rome having a potential heir to the Egyptian throne in their back pocket seems like a pretty smart move. A few days later, it was time for the Asia Minor triumph, which celebrated Caesar's 5-day campaign that ended with the Battle of Zela. This would have been the weakest of the 4 triumphs, and it's probably no coincidence that none of the ancient sources have anything to say about it. And then, a few days later, it was time for the grand finale, the North African triumph. This triumph was pitched as a celebration of Caesar's victory over King Juba and the Numidians in North Africa. As usual, the triumph kicked off with a bunch of giant paintings. One of the first paintings depicted the Pompeian general Scipio stabbing himself in the stomach and tossing himself into the sea. Many in the crowd understandably found this painting offensive. Why were they being shown the deaths of Romans? Where were the Numidians? Minutes later, another painting came into view. This one depicted the last moments of Cato.
I don't know why it's just so funny. Like the little square Romans being like, what the fuck? This is offensive. Like the way that he's going through this is hilarious to me. I don't know.
Cato's life, with the senator laying in bed, ripping out his own intestines with his bare hands. This was disgusting, even by Roman standards. It was now crystal clear that Caesar was much more concerned with celebrating the deaths of his fellow Romans than he was with the defeat of the Numidians. The crowd turned against the triumph.
Cato was a yapper, dude.
Minutes later, the prisoners came into view. The most prominent person here was the new king of Numidia, a young child, probably under the age of 6. This child would be the 3rd monarch to walk in one of Caesar's triumphs, which was an incredible accomplishment, and a record that would—
Is it offensive after seeing them execute a foreign king, Lemafayette? Yeah, because those are Romans, respected members of the Senate that turned against Caesar, and Caesar kind of owned them. And then he tried to sell it as though it was a foreign conquest when it kind of wasn't a foreign conquest. It was just like territorial dispute from senators that dare defy Caesar, behaving in a tyrannical fashion. So yeah, Romans have a different opinion on, like, you know, enemies that they've conquered versus like their own people and their deaths being celebrated.
Would never be broken. But the crowd had no interest in this achievement. They were in a sour mood and found the idea of putting an innocent child to death repulsive. The crowd started to get rowdy, and when Caesar came into view, they angrily demanded that he spare the boy's life.
That's kind of cool though. They're just like, they're literally telling this dude like, no, don't do that. Hey, cut it out, bro. And then Caesar has to be like, all right, never mind. Like imagine if Twitter had the command over Joe Biden. Like Twitter was like, hey man, stop doing genocide. Stop allowing genocide to happen in Israel. And then Joe Biden's like, all right, fuck, bro. All right. I mean, I guess we got to fucking put an end to this, you know?
Caesar didn't have much of a choice. He enrolled the young king in a prestigious school and left it at that. When you add together each of—
I think this is why this is his biggest video. It's so sensational. The emperor listens.
Caesar's 4 triumphs, he hauled 2,000 tons of silver across the Pomerium. Currency conversion across 2 millennia is pretty much impossible, but just so you get a proper sense of scale, that much silver would be worth $1 billion today. The scale of Caesar's personal wealth—
Brandon's America
had grown to that
What
of—
can you buy with $1 billion in Joe Brandon's America? Probably like a chicken and an egg, you know what I mean?
Small country, and it was time to use that wealth to begin meeting some of his obligations. At the top of his list were his legions, who, in return for sacrificing so much, had received nothing but a bunch of promises. Caesar gifted each of his soldiers 1 silver talent, which, bearing in mind that currency conversion is pretty much impossible, would have been equal to like 10 or 15 years' wages. Centurions were given 2 silver talents, and officers and command staff were given 4 silver talents. This was extremely generous, and everybody knew full well that this was coming right out of Caesar's pocket. But the spending spree was just getting started, because Caesar then turned around and gifted every Roman citizen the equivalent of like 4 months' wages. This was a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. The Roman aristocracy looked down their noses at this blatant political pandering, but since it was a
They're the fucking neoliberals telling Caesar, you fool, you absolute idiot. Good things should not be done. How will the workers know? How will the workers know their place? If you keep giving them money, you're going to cause inflation. If you keep giving them money, they will, if you keep giving these people money, then they're not going to work hard. It's really fucked up. Oh, God. You're not supposed to do that.
Private donation, they were in no position to do anything about it. Despite this flurry of generosity, Caesar's full debt to his soldiers had not yet been paid. This is a rough estimate, but something on the order of 22,000 soldiers were currently up for retirement, and that number would only grow in the years to come. The Roman state owed every one of these men a plot of farmland and a cash bonus, and it was Caesar's responsibility.
Bro, I mean, dude, think about it, dude. You go out there, and if you don't get fucking zoinked in the chest and then succumb to your fucking wounds, you get a farm, like, that's pretty chill.
To make sure that happened. But 22,000 is a big number, and even with unlimited funds, coming up with that much farmland would be tough.
Yeah, Caesar should have done the GI Bill instead.
Would require a political solution.
So I guess this is technically it.
Luckily, Caesar was at the height of his political power. He had just been appointed dictator for an additional 10 years, and was at the very beginning of a
Oh God, this is why Parenti tried to say Caesar was killed due to helping the proletariat, which is such a bullshit book. It's stupid.
5-year run as consul. His first move was to push a bill through the Senate, setting up a mechanism through which farmers could sell their land to the government at inflated prices. This meant that Rome's failing farmers would be eligible for a little cash bailout. Of course, since this was a voluntary program, the full redistribution of 22,000 farms would take many, many years. Now that Caesar's veterans were being dealt with, some important political decisions needed to be made. The chaos of the Civil War had devastated the Senate. The size of the Senate tended to fluctuate year to year, but if you assumed perfect health and attendance, it could top out at like 800 members. Although in practice, 300 was pretty typical. As you might imagine, the Civil War had pushed a lot of senators into early retirement and, well, death. And by the year 46, Senate membership was down in the danger zone. Some back-of-the-envelope calculations said that there would not be enough qualified senators to properly staff Rome's provinces. Caesar would do 3 things to solve this problem. He would expand the pool of available candidates, he would widen the filter that produced qualified candidates, and he would temporarily lower the qualifications themselves. This whole thing was super consequential, and it would ruffle a lot of feathers, so let's get into it.
Weren't they loyalists too?
Caesar widened the pool of available candidates by using his dictatorial powers to unilaterally appoint hundreds and hundreds of new senators.
Yeah, he fucking packed the Senate with those who are loyalists, but also like of ill repute. Maybe not like members of ill repute, but like lower class individuals.
Who were these new senators? They were basically everybody that Caesar had come into contact with over the last 15 years. A bunch of these new senators were retired centurions from his legions. It goes without saying that these guys were loyalists. He also appointed a bunch of aristocrats from the small and medium-sized cities that dotted the Italian countryside. Caesar had turned to this group for financial support during the Civil War, and this political kickback only strengthened their loyalty to him.
And last but
it was
not
a canny
least,
move, since these aristocrats were pretty influential.
Last but not least.
And some of these new senators came from outside Italy. During the Gallic Wars, Caesar had made commitments to some Gallic aristocrats in exchange for their support. Appointing these Gauls to the Roman Senate was a way of finally making good on these commitments.
Imagine putting fucking French people and German people, or I guess like, you know, whatever that was back then. Disgusting, gross, absolutely unacceptable. Why would you do that? Putting foreigners in the fucking beautiful Senate? Are you out of your mind?
Let's make
this Caesar guy's doing globalism, dude. He's doing globalism, folks. These are barbarians, dude. What the fuck? Gross.
A few things clear.
Yeah, he's doing a DEI initiative. Diversity! Fucking pronouns! Fucking California shit!
About these Gauls. For starters, these people had been given Roman citizenship ages ago. They were fluent in Latin. They wore Roman clothing. Their children got Roman educations. Nevertheless, the appointment of ethnic Gauls to the Roman Senate caused an uproar. On the streets of Rome, people started telling a joke that went something like this. The Gauls have crossed the Pomerium. They're asking for directions to the Senate House. There was a lot of loose talk at the time about senators showing up unable to speak Latin, sporting Gallic facial hair, wearing Gallic clothing, practicing Gallic religion, but none of this was true. It was all just wild paranoia. By the time Caesar had finished making all of his appointments, the Senate had quadrupled in size. Over time, the Senate would shrink back down to normal, but this would take at least a generation. As I said before, Caesar had good reasons for packing the Senate, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that at its heart, this was a power grab. The vast majority of the Roman Senate were now personally loyal to Caesar. But the Senate packing thing wouldn't entirely solve the problem at hand. The only senators that were allowed to serve as governors were the ones who had been elected to one of Rome's two highest offices, consul and praetor. Because of the Civil War, many of Rome's former consuls and praetors were either dead or retired. It would take quite a long time to filter this expanded pool of politicians up the cursus honorum. So Caesar widened the filter by increasing the number of annually elected praetors from 8 to 10. But widening the filter wouldn't entirely solve the problem either. As a stop.
What about twink backshots in the Roman Senate? An average Tuesday for famous bottom Brutus in general? Yeah. The types of backshots that Brutus was offering is not exactly the same fun-loving backshots that we've experienced in the American Senate this past weekend, of course. Those are some no-no backshots, you know what I mean?
Stopgap measure. Caesar used his dictatorial authority to appoint a bunch of underqualified politicians to the provinces. Caesar's old job as governor of Cisalpine Gaul went to one of the Senate's lowest-ranked senators, Marcus Brutus. 15 years his junior, Brutus was the son of Caesar's favorite mistress, and despite the fact that Brutus had sided with the Pompeians during the Civil War, Caesar was happy to take him under his wing. Caesar also
Watch this space. Watch this space.
Singled out 10 loyal former praetors and awarded them with something called the dignity of a former consul. This was a totally made-up thing. But Caesar argued that it would be improper for certain provinces to be governed by anybody lacking the dignity of a former consul. In truth, it was just a way for Caesar to reward his allies for their years of service. Whatever. Caesar packaged these power-grabby political reforms with some more general anti-corruption stuff. This included a provision that said that any governor convicted on corruption charges would be automatically expelled from the Senate. This fight against corruption was one of Caesar's hobby horses. He believed that corrupt governors needlessly antagonized the locals, which put Rome at risk. The corrupt aristocracy did not much like these reforms, but they weren't in a position to do anything about it. Taken as a whole, this was a staggering number of reforms to come down all at once. That's how it felt at the time, too. Most of these bills were conceived and written up in Caesar's home, and would only see the light of day when it was time for the Senate to provide their rubber stamp. Cicero even notes that a few of these proposals showed up with his own name attached to them, which was quite the surprise. Now that the immediate
Don't you dare speak out about that.
Political problems were out of the way, Caesar turned his eye to the public. Rome had a ton of systemic issues that had been in a state of neglect since before the Civil War. The largest of these, and the one that had the most direct impact on the lives of everyday citizens, was the grain dole. Quite simply, the grain dole provided free or subsidized grain for Rome's poorest citizens at the state's expense. The significance of the grain dole is kinda hard to wrap your head around, so think of it like this. For most of world history, most people spent most of their money on food. The grain dole took 320,000 of Rome's poorest citizens and eliminated their largest household expense. This was one of the most effective government-run anti-poverty programs in world history, and frankly, nobody would improve on it.
Just destroyed. This is why the Roman Empire fell, folks. These kind of proto-socialistic nonsense, mumbo-jumbo, fucking welfare programs. How the fuck do these guys know? How the fuck do they know the value of a denarii Nobody wants to work anymore.
Until basically
Nobody wants to work anymore, I say, as I sit and slaves feed me grapes. As I lay down and eat as I lay down for some weird reason. I don't know what the fuck's up with that, but nobody wants to work anymore.
Modern welfare state. But after years of neglect, cracks were beginning to show. Poor citizens were having a hard time getting onto the grain dole without bribing bureaucrats. This was made worse by the fact that families who maybe a generation earlier had qualified for the grain dole were able to keep their names on the lists long after rising out of poverty. Rich people were collecting benefits that were intended for poor people. This was leading to a lot of social resentment. Caesar dramatically restructured the grain dole. He cut the number of eligible recipients in half.
Bro, he did, oh my God, he did Bill Clinton style welfare reform. Oh my God.
From 320,000 to 150,000. But he also implemented stronger political oversight so that these 150,000 people were legitimately Rome's poorest citizens. This restored a basic sense of fairness to the system, and despite the fact that a lot less people would qualify for the benefit, the reforms turned out to be quite popular. When Brutus learned of Caesar's cuts, he excitedly wrote to a friend, saying that Caesar appears to be joining the conservative faction. That friend conveyed Brutus's thoughts to Cicero, who responded, "Join the conservative faction? Is he planning on killing himself?"
Watch this space.
Now that Caesar's major reforms were up and running, he was free to take on.
It's funny because, like, I guess not having a direct democratic process creates an environment where you unironically literally have to pay attention to what the fucking discontent from the citizenry looks like, because they don't have like the neutering impact of like feeling like your voices matter every couple of years or whatever. I mean, I guess they did have some semblance of like elections, like an electoral process, but like ultimately, because they didn't have that, there were revolts. So you have to pay attention to it, because if people are genuinely frustrated and they're not happy, then they just revolt, in which case it's entirely unavoidable. Like, then you're totally fucked. So in a weird way, the lack of like modern democratic process that you that we look at and enjoy and celebrate is almost neutering that old way of forcing everyone to actually try to pay attention, so there isn't like a built up resentment that causes actual systemic collapse. Modern representative bourgeois democracy is the ideal form for capitalism because it tricks the masses into thinking they have any control over the government. Seems familiar? Well, I mean, it's like the closest that you can get to is like the Chinese form of governance. Even though there is obviously a democratic process in China as well, there's like elections and whatnot. At least as far as I read, the people have to, like, the people in positions of power have to pay attention to their citizens getting angry, because that could lead to genuine rebellion. Is the difference between neoliberal methods of control versus more authoritarian mechanisms of control, where in an authoritarian mechanism of control, you personally recognize that you are being controlled. So as long as the government is doing things that is like relatively right by you, you're like, okay, there are a lot of stuff that I don't appreciate, but I'm not, like, I'm well fed enough to not revolt against it and get angry and do something about it. Whereas under neoliberalism, you feel as though your choices matter, and you actually are contributing to the process in a meaningful way. And actually, by design, it's almost less responsive to public opinion, less susceptible to public opinion, because there's always a way that you can democratically show what your discontent is. As long as you can also, especially in like the American process, as long as you can categorize that democratic structure into two neatly organized, neatly confined capitalist boxes that are marginally different from one another, it gives you this opportunity, like you are choosing something and it's like marginally better than the other thing. And therefore, like you're voting, you're speaking with your vote.
On a brand new super secret project. This would be an utterly boring and thankless job, but it was something that had captured Caesar's imagination a while back, and for whatever reason he was hellbent on tackling it now. We're talking about the Roman calendar. We don't need to go into all the details, but for starters, it was a lunar calendar, as in it followed the phases of the moon. The phases of the moon do not line up with the solar year, which means that lunar calendars always drift out of sync with the seasons. It was the job of the Pontifex Maximus and his College of Pontiffs to monitor this drift and to manually add days to the calendar as—
Bro, I swear to God, this literally is like unnecessary middleman shit. It feels like how the stock market works, where like there are certain aspects of it that are just completely made up so that there's an additional job for a guy that makes the situation more complicated, and then that means more jobs for more bullshit middle management jobs for people whose entire purpose is to make this complicated thing uncomplicated.
As needed. The current Pontifex Maximus happened to be Julius Caesar, and as we know, Caesar had been indisposed for like a decade and a half. As a consequence, the Roman calendar was a good 3 months out of sync, which, as far as calendars go, is kind of a catastrophic failure. But Caesar had just spent the better part of a year in Egypt, where he learned that the Egyptians used a nearly perfect 365-day solar calendar. Caesar enlisted the help of an Egyptian astronomer named Sosigenes of Alexandria, and together they designed a new Roman calendar, loosely modeled on the Egyptian system. Like the Egyptian calendar, the new Roman calendar would be 365 days. Good start. But the Egyptian calendar did have some flaws. They evenly divided the year into 12 months of 30 days each, which adds up to 360.
Roman calendar guy and Deloitte consultant explaining their bullshit jobs to each other in the afterlife. Yeah.
And then they manually added in 5 extra days at the end of the year to make the math work. Those 5 extra days were a problem. Under the Roman system, these days would be administered by the Pontifex Maximus, and if administered incorrectly, the calendar would begin to drift again. That would not do. Caesar and Sosigenes wanted this new calendar to run on autopilot, so they took those 5 extra days and peppered them throughout the year, creating a bunch of 31-day months. The month of February was considered unlucky, and for superstitious reasons, they bumped it back to 28 days, as it had been under the old system, and offset this with even more 31-day months.
That's awesome.
But according to Sosigenes, even the nearly perfect Egyptian calendar was slightly out of alignment, since it did not take into account the actual length of the year, which was 365.25 days. Under the old Roman calendar, the traditional place to insert extra days had been during the month of February, and so Caesar and Sosigenes invented a system where an additional day would be automatically inserted into that month on every 4th year. They made it very clear that this was not one of those extra days that the Pontifex Maximus could tinker with. This would be an automatic process, out of the hands of the politicians. With that, the new Roman calendar was complete. But there was still a problem. The current date was still 3 months out of alignment. So here's a trivia question that you can bore your friends with. What was the longest year in human history?
I love this. I love that this entire video, 25 fucking minutes long, is for the absolute stupidest fucking question and the answer for the stupidest fucking trivia question of all time. I was wondering why he called this the longest year in human history, because I thought maybe like the implications of Julius Caesar, even though it was like a lot longer than 1 year, the time frame I think he's discussing, and it's awesome.
Seems like a trick, but it's not. In order to bring the Roman year back into alignment, Caesar inserted 90 extra days into the year 46 BCE. Making it a 445-day year, which was 25% longer than normal. On January 1st of the year 45, the new Roman calendar, which is known to us as the Julian calendar, came into effect. Automating the calendar and getting it out of the hands of politicians was a great human achievement. Aside from some minor upgrades in the 16th century, the system devised by Caesar and Sosigenes survives more or less intact to this day. While Caesar was busy in Rome, something was happening out in the provinces. Without warning, the Spanish governors began writing in, requesting reinforcements. Before Caesar could even act, Rome's 2 Spanish provinces had fallen to the enemy. What enemy? Caesar's old right-hand man Labienus had joined forces with 2 of Pompey's sons.
Fucked up.
Rome's disgruntled Spanish legions had eagerly gone over to their side. Caesar had been caught entirely flat-footed. Apparently, the Roman Civil War wasn't over yet.
God damn, that's sick. Do you know Z-Way excited for this? Oh yeah, this is gonna premiere in 14 hours. It's not out yet. Alright, I gotta go pee real quick while my favorite dad does his thing again on TikTok, okay? Hold on.
Sorry, don't you here with me? I know that your love is gone. I can't breathe, I'm so weak. I know this isn't easy. Don't tell me that your love is gone. That your love is gone. Don't tell me that your love is gone. That your love is gone. I'm sorry, don't leave me. I want you.
The absolute fucking goat, dude. This guy just streams his fucking chair, dude. I just gave you guys unfiltered, some of the best unfiltered content of all time. Just straight up, nothing touches this. And you savages had the audacity to make fun of that. To make fun of him. The ledge. He's the worst dad of all time, though, because... Oh my god, hit the run.
I can't breathe. I'm so weak. I know this isn't easy. Don't tell me that your love is gone. That your love is gone.
That's how I'd react to. Very accurate.
Don't tell me that your love is gone. That your love is gone.
If he hadn't said #fiction down here, I would have thought this is a documentary, and I would have been so sad and so scared because he's that good at acting. I wouldn't even say this is acting. This is real life. In my mind, I love the cut too, from this to this. Like,
Don't leave me.
the music shuts off. He carries almost no disease, which is why I think it's one of the less disgusting bodily fluids, at least when taken in the context of sanitation and cleanliness. It's still disgusting, to be fair. If I knew the person, I wouldn't mind the other fluids in general. But if you ask me what I would prefer for a stranger to pee on me, to bleed on me, or to come on me, I would prefer the first. Why did you write that out? These are things that no one should actually say, think, and certainly not say publicly. I mean, are we still doing No Pixel today? Sorry, I missed the update. I had to have a yucky convo with my parents. Yeah, we are doing No Pixel. We are doing No Pixel. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, it's time. It's fucking time for No Pixel. That's right. Notice how I immediately changed my accent. You can tell it's Donny O'Sullivan time. It's Donny O'Sullivan time. That's right. That's right. We're connecting. We're connecting. Which side do I put the camera on? Maybe this side, right? Accent on before the game? That's dedication. Is Will going to be on? He said he's going to be on later. That's right. He's going to be on later. But what's going to be on right now is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And Donny O'Sullivan demands you no longer see those fucking ads. So all you need to do is subscribe, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Right now, folks, from the lovely lanes of Kilishandra, Mr. Donny O'Sullivan, a man who loves public transit, a man who loves the Sega franchise Yakuza, a man with many dreams, a man with a deep dark past and a secret. His facial scar, certainly not because I haven't figured out what to do with his backstory. He's got one dream and one dream only, and that is to take a fucking train. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Them all Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears, a bow and arrows. Oh, bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them damn natives to the mark. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down the Flanders. Harold the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kerishan. The time is coming fast, and I think this day is near, when he's shown traitor, he will run before us. And if there'll be a need, well, our kids will say Godspeed with a verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Here it is, folks. This was my last location, but we'll spawn in little soul apartments. Fucking right. There it is. It's me, Donny O'Sullivan, folks. Wow. Look at this beauty right there. The fucking pier. I can see it. I can see it clearly from my little soul apartment. It's not the best apartment, but it's the one I got. Right. Wait a minute. Why the fuck am I... Hold on. Why the fuck am I so fucking bruised and battered? Why the fuck am I so bruised and battered? Because you died? I fell through the world. I don't know. Falling into the void fucked you up. Alright, well, I'm on the 5th floor. Time to go down, I guess. Time to go down. You go down the fire exit. I haven't been able to get on the elevator so far. I didn't jump out of a car. Folks, I fell. I fell into the underworld, into the fucking back rooms. That's what the fuck happened to me. I fell into the back rooms when I made the mistake. The mistake of...
Oh, yuck!
The mistake of calling up a... touching a payphone. Very big mistake.
I gotta put a poster up. I gotta put a poster up. Hold on.
No, I fell out of the car, but I got fixed up for that. I just died in the... Like I said, it wasn't... What is all happening? There's so many motherfuckers wearing masks and shit. What the fuck? You are drifting between a Cork, Dublin, and Donegal accent with a mix of Australian. Please be more consistent. This is the most consistent I can be. They are defiant bandits, as Buddha would say. Hello.
What up, Chomsky, huh? Holy. Can I assist you upon this day?
You a superhero?
What might you be? Are you a robot?
No, I'm an alien from outer space. I'm a superhero.
Nice. Well,
that's right.
I don't know if I need a superhero, but I do need a ride. You know where I can get one?
Send your home.
You need a ride?
Yes, I need a ride.
You just go over here to the rental spot. That away.
This way. All right. Well,
yeah,
I was thinking maybe I get a free ride, but you know what? I'll maybe rent a car.
Free ride. What do you mean by that?
A superhero, eh, Holmes? You can give us a free ride.
Stop it! You're making me angry. There will be no free rides here.
Oh,
yeah, there's no free rides under capitalism, right, boyo?
I will destroy any villainous intention. And I do not care about your Chomsky hump economic system. That woe is your own.
Oh no, I meant no offense. I just meant, you know, no free rides, no free lunch, that sort of thing, right?
That is true, but as your own people's ailments, I am simply hunting villains. I cannot interfere in your political systems, otherwise I may destroy you all, because I know far too much.
Oh yeah, like what? I guess you know where the fucking rental car ride area is.
And I have advanced technology.
Oh shit.
Watch this.
It's a blaster. You got a license for that?
Shit.
No, not at all. The government is hunting me as we speak.
All right, well, carry on then. I'm gonna go get a rent a
Indeed.
car. Have a great day.
Alright,
If you need a superhero, come.
Dan Harmon, good at this game. Where the fuck is
Fuck,
the
I'm
rental
about to
car?
get hit by a car. Oh,
Where is it? This is the right spot to rent a car. It seems like it. How the fuck do we rent now?
Money. Man, this guy's a rip-off, dude. Don't pay him $100.
don't?
He'll take your money and not even give you a car. It's crazy.
What the hell?
Yeah. Maybe you can try. I don't know. It didn't work for me. Guys, withholding.
What
The fucking scammer, Holmes.
I don't know what kind of car I should get.
Bloody believable.
What's the type of
Absolute
car?
bullshit.
What's the type of car that everyone's got? Just a compact. Toyota, please. Dude, it's only 4. It's Glendale, Seminole Club, and Bliss the compact. And I don't know which one is the good one. The Glendale is the classic one, right? You don't have enough money to buy or rent a vehicle. I want to join Weasel News, actually. I kind of want to test that out.
Hey, how's it going?
Shit, did he scam you, Holmes? I ain't trying to get scammed.
I thought I had money. What the fuck? Oh shit, you could be a night crawler? You don't get a manual? I need to get cash from an ATM. I don't know where there's an ATM. I need to go to a hospital. I need to get cash from an ATM. I need help. How the fuck do people have Jeeps already? The doctor gave me bandages, but I don't want to waste them. Fuck, what a commotion.
Sick, I tell you.
Why do you call me sick?
Tony O'Sullivan trying to become a reporter. Look at this fucking car. How the fuck did someone get a car like this? Already? We've got some nice rides out here. I can't take it. I don't have a lockpick. Chat, I don't have a lockpick. I need a lockpick. Blouse out of the game with 10k? Yeah, but that's Blau's character. He probably fucking talked to the... What is this? A gas station? What is that? Property LS News Center Garage? You know what? I kind of want to do that. I'm going to go over there and see if I can get a job there. Blau also plays a shit ton more roleplay. Yes, of course. I mean, he was the fucking mayor, dog. He was a straight up roleplay guy. Change your stream category, Hasi. I'm pretty sure mods already did that, and you're the one who's not seeing it. Problem is, I have no idea what the fuck to do. People drive like maniacs out here. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Fuck. Was it just downloading? Yeah, I told him what to do. I told him to download Grand Theft Auto, and I told him to download... Oh! You almost got me there! The fuck is going on in this godforsaken city, boyo? Let me tell you. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Hold on. That's a shady character. Hello there. How are you doing then? Interesting. I will make a mental note of this. Call Mickey a meetup. I don't have his... Oh, you can move. Never mind. The silent, strong type. I see how it is. I see how it is. Fucking car. So many nice cars everywhere. People drive insane. Fanfin randomly passed out and someone was what? Yeah, Mickey did not give me his number, so I don't have his number. I'm gonna try to go into this. I do have Luciano's number. Good afternoon. Hello. Hey there. I don't believe we met before. My name is Earl, and I run the Weasel News. Are you interested in joining our team or just here to track your progress as a news reporter? I want to work. Ready to get this scoop? All right. There we go. Now I have a van. A car, I mean. Which is nice. How the fuck do I find the van? How the fuck do I find the van? How? In the back? All right then. Let's find a job on my phone. Job center. Create a group. Ready for jobs? All right. Where the fuck is the vehicle? Oh, damn it. It's so loud. Where the fuck is my vehicle? That is so fucking loud. Okay, job pending. How the fuck do I find the goddamn car? Yeah, I already gave he gave me a rent option. It gave me a rent option, I know. And it said it's in the garage. I guess to my right. Maybe it's through here. Right. Rent a vehicle. Find a van parked behind a building. Wait, no. Wrong thing. Alright. Rent a vehicle. Find a garage. Where the fuck is the garage? You have to be on a job first? I am on a job. Hello. Noon was trying the new stuff. It was pretty buggy. Garage. Maybe it's not available and still buggy. No. I don't believe it. It says park in here when I stand right here, around here somewhere. I must be able to find a car here. I'm willing to bet. It's here somewhere. See, it says parking. Vehicle list. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, here it is. Take out the vehicle. Very nice. Fucking very nice. I did it. I fucking did it.
Don't remember.
Buckle up with B.
My skull. I guess they burned it all. Everything went black for me, then I began to fall. And then when I fell, I was
Alright, where the fuck?
a blazing upside down city until I learned to stop. Do you think that I'm bad shit?
Job center. I'm ready for jobs. Now I wait. Oh, I need to get out of there.
Because I'm bad magic. I ripped open a portal to go hunt the mortals. Then Tabby the clown to kill a bunch of animals.
This music is getting me in the fucking mood.
Coyote didn't shoot it down because it was kind of cozy. Set it out to coin. Mini puzzle.
It's getting me in the fucking mood to do some real journalism, folks.
He brought here so I can spread some fear. Plus I died way too young. Give me a few more years. Do you think that I'm bad shit?
All right. Working for jobs.
I was killed with my hatchet.
This is the most no royalty music ever. What is this? Will wants you to check Discord. Bro, I can't, like, I don't know what to do here. What is this? Hello? Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me? All right.
Are we sticking with the blarney guys? Do you want me to be a blarney guy?
Yeah, I mean, I've created a character called Donnie O'Sullivan, who is, wait, how the fuck do I turn off the goddamn radio? Hold on, it's so fucking loud. I actually don't know how to turn off the fucking radio.
I think this accent is gonna have to be a little thick because I cannot do an Irish accent, so I'm gonna have to figure it out.
You can do an Irish accent. I know you're.
Oh, Donnie, my cousin. Oh, me bae.
All right, I turned off the radio. Fuck, I've turned it off finally. All right, listen. I know. I'm gonna turn off the fucking. I'm gonna turn off the van too because I don't want to spend any more gasoline. All right, my name is Donnie O'Sullivan. All right, I'm 32 years old. All right, and I'm in Los Santos from Ireland, and you can be my cousin from Boston if you would like. I'm a fan of the Yakuza franchise, and I would like to be an Irishman who also is maybe working his way up the ranks, who could potentially create a Yakuza style governance of organized crime syndicate.
Okay, I like.
How do you feel about that?
I like that a lot. I could be a cousin, Mark Wahlberg. Oh my God, Donnie Sullivan. It's good to see you. I'm your cousin, Mark Wahlberg from Boston.
All right, you're Mark Wahlberg, all right?
Oh my God, how's your mother? She good? Is your mother good in Ireland?
Yeah, my mother is good. My mother is great in Ireland.
Cousin Mark Wahlberg. You seen my movies, Donnie?
Yes, Mark. Your history with the those of the Asian ethnic backgrounds, of course, makes this quite the unfortunate Yakuza crime.
I could also just be Bill Burr, you know? Hey, Bill Burr. I do comedy here in America.
It would make it quite hard for us to do a Yakuza style.
I love Yakuza style stuff, you know?
I mean, we could do it. We could do it. All right. Well, it's up to you. I think you can do. I think you're capable of doing an Irish accent, but it's up to you.
All right, I might just fucking.
However,
Irish. Oh boy.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna tell people you're my cousin.
Yep.
YRA, the Yakuza Republican Army. All right, you're barely capable. Fuck you, mean. I'm doing a great fucking accent. Fuck you, chatter.
Okay. Okay, I'll be on in about 30 minutes. I gotta set it up.
All right.
I'm excited as hell.
All right. Hell yeah. See you in a little bit.
All right. Bye.
Why can't I find any news stories in this godforsaken city? Weasel News is busted. I think you need the ready for this. It glitched, maybe. Earl is working on it, so maybe it's broken. Just keep the car out. I'm gonna do that. You had a job offer earlier that you missed? No, it came up, but then it actually didn't. Also, problem is, right now the city infrastructure is not working as it normally would. But it's not about me. It's not about me getting scoops and shit, which I will do regardless. I will do all that shit regardless. However, this is like about making money. You know what I mean? Like, you need to do a job and make money and stuff. All right, where do I go from here? Now that I've gotten a car, my first piece is going to be on the city's non-working public transit. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe, as a journalist, I will go to the Vanilla Unicorn and write about the bustling sex work industry in the city. That's right. It's not because I want to see a titty or two, or maybe far. Police. Wait, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me see. Excuse me, officer! Officer! Hello! This city is absolute garbage. First responder, my ass. My arse. Responded to nothing. Oop, time to buckle up. Cars. People driving like absolute fucking animals. No interest. Captain's diary. Donny O'Sullivan's diary, day 2. I've joined the ranks of Weasel News. It doesn't seem like there's anything going on in this bustling city, but deep down inside, there's a dark secret. A dark secret that the city carries. I venture off towards the nearest strip club with hopes of chasing a story. But the reality is, I'm chasing a dream. And no, before you say, Donny, the dream you're chasing is seeing a bunch of titties, maybe 2, maybe 4. But the reality is, it's so much more than that. The city has a bustling economy of sex workers, and I'm here to find out how they make their money and how the city's economy has relapsed since the Sanguine Wars. Very nice. I take a couple steps towards the Vanilla Unicorn. The establishment has no cars outside of it. Not a good start. Not a good start to the story of Donny O'Sullivan. But I have dreams of becoming a seasoned journalist, which means that an empty strip club still holds a lot of promise. Real class every night, it says inside the Vanilla Unicorn. Perhaps the terms of service has taken its toll. Does not seem as though there is any strippers inside the premium lounge. Time to take a peek. Hello? Is there anyone here? I say, as I stare at these beautiful bulbous breastises. Donny O'Sullivan reporting on scene. Every night, it says. However, it seems to me like at 5:45 a.m., Vanilla Unicorn is unfortunately not frequented. I move back into the back rooms. I have the opportunity to get stylish. I will not be taking that opportunity. I look through the clothing that the strippers wear. At 5:45 in a bustling city like Los Santos, normally the strip club should be very much in action. It turns out that tonight is different. As soon as I see the stripper pole, my epigenetic memories kick in. I dance like I've never danced before. Something comes over me, and I find myself dancing alone inside the strip club by myself. However, loneliness starts to kick in, and I remember I have a job to do. The job is the news. I try out another dance before I leave, getting into it a little bit more. There's no music playing in the strip club. The atmosphere is dull. However, there is music playing in my mind. F-hand him! Evan! God damn. Oh my God, my fucking family. Holy shit, my mom. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. On a biscuit. Yes, I am. Yeah, you were hearing it correctly. I am currently playing. Yes, I'm playing a video game. Hold on a moment as I order food for the family back home in Ireland. My mother is demanding I order food. My brother is showing up for dinner with his girlfriend. We will be having Korean, or they will be rather, in my mind. It's not my favorite shepherd's pie. But that is not going to stop me. I hear claps. I look around. It's simply a dream. I leave the strip club, Vanilla Unicorn, feeling refreshed, despite the fact that I'm chasing a story, and I was completely and wholeheartedly unable to find one here. The dancing has reinvigorated me. Donny O'Sullivan out. As the morning starts, I choose my second story. The second story being public transit in the city of Los Santos. Much has been said about the public transit structure in the city of Los Santos. The brochure that I read on my way as I flew in was clear. Public transit certainly works. How do the poor people of Los Santos get together and travel on the cheap? Need to make posts on your in-game phone? You should twat out your reporting. You know what? You're right. Are the terms of service too restrictive? Working on a story. Sex work in Los Santos. Are the terms of service too restrictive? The stripping economy is certainly suffering as the Vanilla Unicorn establishment seemingly is vacant at 5 a.m. More details soon. Public transit. A dream? A socialist utopia? Or a nightmare on Los Santos? Public transit. A dream? A socialist utopia? Or an urban nightmare? An urban legend. Tracking down the city's trains. Message me for tips. Are you actually RPing at CNN, Donny O'Sullivan? I'm not trying to, but turns out I might. I might end up having to do that. Message me for tips. Public transit a dream, a socialist utopia, or an urban legend? Tracking down the city's trains. Message me for tips. I meant with tips, not for tips. Well, with tips works too. Fuck it. Alright. My next move is going to be tracking down the Los Santos economy. One part of this economy is to understand the work. As a good journalist, I must get a job and try to do an honest wage before I go back to the vulturous, parasitic nature of doing journalism. But before I do so, I must go to the emergency room so I can find out what the city's vagrants are up to. This is not a bustling city, but a chaotic environment. Yes. Marat, leave me alone, please. I'm working. I'm working! What do you want? No. Not right now. It's too embarrassing. Yeah. Hello!
Hi there, welcome to hospital. What seems to be the name and nature of your illness or injury?
My name is Donny O'Sullivan. I'm a Weasel news reporter, and I was wondering if I could ask a couple of questions about what's going on outside. It seems like there's a lot of first responders on the ground.
Oh, yes. Here, let me get you the form.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Hey, sorry, I'm just having to get you the proper form for that. If you have a sheet over there in the lobby and fill that out, we'll have a medicine man here to take care of you as soon as possible.
right.
However, based on what it sounds like, I'm no professional, but it doesn't sound.
Well, I also do happen to have a medical emergency as well, but that's
Okay.
a secondary, you know, because the job comes first. That's why I wanted to ask about that first and foremost.
Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. What is I'm scared.
You're scared.
Yeah,
What do
this
you?
job's a lot of responsibility, and I'm starting to get overwhelmed. I'm 82 years old. I'm getting really nervous.
82 or 87?
82 years old.
Oh, okay.
Now there's a man with a scar, and he's staring at me and asking me about dead first responders, and I don't know what to do. I'm really
It
nervous.
seems octogenarians are working in this hospital facility. I might need to jot this down. This doesn't seem to be
This guy's
up
talking
to
to
standard
himself.
for
Can you grab
labor
the orderly?
violations.
Can you grab the orderly?
Oh, God, we need to hire an orderly.
Oh.
You're promoted.
Okay. Hey, we got a
Orderly.
nice little rubber room for you. Follow me.
Wow,
Yeah, he
sir.
seems to be just
Nice pants.
spewing a lot of nonsense.
Oh, thank you,
Where
thank
is
you.
that old man? There you are, sir. I can
Oh, yes.
kiss you.
Hello.
Come in. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
I have diseases.
Did you need
Oh,
medical
thank you.
attention?
Yes, I would like. I need medical
Thank you, thank
attention.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over here.
Look at this man.
I just remember
Oh.
the last thing I remember is touching a public phone and I fell into a state of chaos and then I woke up and I had bruises all around my body.
Okay. Well, why don't you come back here with me? I'll show you where the doctor is.
Next.
Right
All
back
right.
here, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Watch your back. He talks to himself.
Okay. I think I just heard someone get stabbed.
Seems the old man has become an enemy. He noticed that
Enemy?
I'm taking notes. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Nothing.
What?
Sorry. Yes. I have injuries that needed to be tended to.
Oh, okay. Are they like life-threatening, or is it something that, maybe just a Band-Aid would help?
No, I believe I have bruises and pain all over. I had a very traumatic dream, but it felt like it was real. You know, I went up to a public phone and the last thing I can remember is being in a haze, like falling into water or something. But it was probably a dream, but it's like one of those dreams where, it's like real life, right?
Did you take anything before you touched the phone?
What up, Chomsky?
No, I'm completely sober.
That's
Maybe a little bit
debatable.
of whiskey, but sober otherwise, I guess. No drugs.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Come with me.
Okay.
Come with me. Come
Well,
with
that's good. Yeah, let's get you back to a bed here.
Might have been one of those fentanyl patches on the phone, you know?
A fentanyl patch. Oh my goodness.
Why do sleep?
Okay. Well,
there it is.
I think the doctors are a little busy with Miss Sunny over there, so we'll wait and see. Oh, here comes one.
Injured here?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, he's
Yes, doctor.
I think he's on drugs.
Okay, let's take.
I am not on drugs. No,
Sorry, you just told me you had a weird fever dream, and then you thought maybe a fentanyl patch was attached to a phone.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened, but I last thing I remember is touching a phone, a public phone, and then I felt like I fell into water, and I was swimming and swimming and swimming, and the world was collapsing all around me, and then I woke up and I just had pain all around my body.
I had a similar experience. I think they're lacing the handles, I think, with some sort of drug or some sort of hallucinogenic.
Right, that's what I'm thinking as well. I am a reporter. It's just a part of the job, I guess. Sometimes
Sure.
you just
Need to look
put
into that.
yourself in these tricky circumstances.
All right. Well, I hope you feel better, sir.
Yeah, I'll take
Thank
care of
you,
this
Mom.
person. Thank you so much. Yes,
Thank
thank you. All right, so here we go. It looks like you had some broken ribs, so I went ahead and wrapped those ribs up for you. All right.
Oh, broken ribs.
Okay, so I did a wrap, so it's a little snug around your midsection there, but it should heal over the next couple of days. All right.
Oh, all right.
All
Thank
right.
you,
Let's try to get
doctor.
you to your feet here. Yeah, let's try to get you to your feet.
Oh, okay.
Good? You good to stand up on your own there? Okay.
Yes, right.
Let me give one last look. I'll give you one last look. Sometimes we miss
Around
things.
somewhere. Somewhere? All right.
Let's just make sure you're 100% here. There you go. Your head's looking good. So your rib sections are wrapped there. There you go. Oh,
There it
full
is.
flexibility.
Yeah.
All right, you're looking good to me too.
Oh, I think I might have pulled something, but it'll be all right.
All right,
You just put him on the bed. We'll be in a second. The key. Okay.
All right, you be safe out there. Watch those. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. We got distracted.
Seems like the only working thing in this entire city is actually just the medical facilities. Oh, thank you, doctor, for the hot dog.
Oh, okay. I've been thinking that's my colleague here, but you can enjoy it too. I have plenty on me.
Hang in there.
I'll put it on the tray on the ground.
I feel like I'm dying.
The doctor offered me a hot dog, which I thought was quite weird, but it seems to be all right, I guess. Health care.
All right, there we go. Let's take a look what happened here.
With a good taste.
Looks like, did someone punch you, friend?
Healthcare with
Oh,
Doctor Feel Good.
I got the
Los
Google and
Santos
this driver was a maniac.
medical practitioners
legs are bleeding. Did they run over
giving
you over?
He
patients
went
hot
nuts.
dogs
So I gotta stop the bleeding
and
here.
free
Too
drugs.
severe, but we're gonna it's bleeding under control, right?
Find out more on Weasel News.
Take your left leg here. Right leg there. Can you report those drivers? I mean, that seems like something that I would think you should do.
Well, the cops let him off with the warrant.
Good afternoon. No, I am a bit hungry myself. Might as well consume this hot dog that the doctor gave me. And some antipsychotic drugs for no reason. I'm not even psychotic. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. That's what America is all about. Free hot dogs.
You feeling better?
I'm tired.
Yes, thank you so much for asking. And the hot dog tasted
Okay.
delicious. I
The
love
hot dog?
America.
It's just down the road towards the south side.
What do you mean by hot?
What do you need a tired?
We don't sell hot
The
dogs
doctor
here.
gave me a hot dog.
Oh my god. Do we need to
He gave you a
contact
glizzy.
HR about that?
Oh my god, I'm the highest on duty, aren't I?
Okay.
There he
Well,
is.
listen, if you feel, like
Send it.
people giving you hot dogs is not the right thing to do at the hospital, we have a form you can fill out for that.
No,
okay?
no, I quite enjoyed the glizzy actually.
Oh.
I gobbled it quite
Oh, my.
fast. I was famished anyway. It was perfect.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I guess whatever floats your boat.
Right. All right. Well, have a great day.
Good luck.
I saw him
on the phone.
Sorry. Oh, okay. It seems like the job center is not working. Weasel News is not going to be giving me a job. However, a journalist's job is 24/7 because the news never stops. So, in order to find out, let's try this one more time. Let's try to create another group one more time and say that we're ready for jobs. Hopefully, maybe. All right, fuck it. I'm checking out of Weasel News. It's time to do some other jobs. Perhaps one of the absolute worst jobs of all time, tow trucking. The streets are absolutely littered with corpses of first responders. It seems to me like there's chaos gripping through the city. We will be heading over in my Weasel News van. Buckle up then. I will be heading over with my Weasel News van to the other side of the city to see what the tow trucking job entails. Is this promise of a new way of doing things? Will I be able to make an honest living? How easy is it to make an honest living, an honest earning in this city? Find out more in a little bit. I head down to the tow truck, where it seems chaos is also occurring. Holy shit! There are so many tow trucks. What the fuck is going on? I could ask the tow truckers how they go about their daily lives. It must mean that this is a lucrative business. Is tow trucking the most lucrative for entrepreneurs or young upstarts? Or is it a dead end? Find out more on Weasel News. Hello, sir. I'm here, Mr. Towingson? I'm here for a job. Hey there, I don't think we've crossed paths before. I'm Tom, and I'm in charge of the towing. You think about joining our crew? I would like to work. How do I get a tow truck now? Do I just get it from you? Do I open the shop? Oh no, that's just equipment. Bro, stealing all the oxygen? What do you mean? How do I get a tow job? Oh, you wait for an offer, and that's it? The next room over. Hello. Excuse me. Where do I get a tow truck?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
I'm sorry, what?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
What the fuck's he saying? Is he actually Irish? What the fuck's he saying?
Why are you looking at me like that?
He's a scout. Oh, he is. Well, I have no idea how to get how to find a tow truck. So I guess we're still on the hunt.
I mean, I think I found a couple of tow trucks. Like, I don't know about you, but I see quite a few.
Yes, but I don't know if we could just, grab one. After all, we don't have the keys, right?
Right. I mean, that makes sense. Here, mister.
Belfast boy.
Yo, mister.
What's up?
How do you get a tow truck?
How did you get a tow truck?
Yes.
You gotta have $50 cash, and then you go over to that tow truck, the gray one in the middle, and some guy's gonna come talk to you outside. You pay him the money, and he runs you one.
We have to pay to get a tow truck to do a job?
You put like a deposit, and you get it back when you return the truck after.
Oh, all right. That seems all right then. Thank you.
No problem.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah. Where does he the gray guy? Wait, is he towing my truck? Are you towing my van? What the fuck are you doing? Sir, I'll have you know I'm on duty.
Hey!
What the fuck is going on?
Hey, yo.
Oh shit. Dude, this actually kind of sucks. Someone marked it. I mean, this situation is fucking unmanageable. What the fuck?
Over here.
Oh, no, it's like on that.
Have you got a partner?
Do I got a partner? No, I do not. Is this a two-man job?
I don't know. I would need those two guys. Were doing it with two. I think you can do it with 2R1.
All right. Okay. I've just rented this vehicle, I think.
Okay.
There it is. I've successfully rented a vehicle in the parking lot. You can join in if you'd like. Someone just towed my van, my news van, which leads me to
did you park it in here?
Well, I parked it for approximately 3 minutes because I was doing a news reporting, and I believe that I actually. Yes, I believe that I parked it completely legally, which leads me to believe that people are actually out here possibly marking cars inappropriately.
Oh! Oh my God! Jay, that's where you're driving?
What are you doing?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not fucking okay. Are you out of your gob?
Who hit you? Hold on.
Please, take this hamburger, okay? Eat it.
I've been traumatized after seeing that. Can I have a hamburger? For fuck's sake.
I just got fucking fixed up, dude.
You alright, lad?
No, I'm not alright. I just got fucking blasted in the face by a tow truck.
Do you want me to call an ambulance?
I'll be fine, I think. I have some bandages. Oh, God. I just got out of the hospital.
What were you in the hospital for?
I had a weird situation. I was chasing a story. Oh, fuck. I was chasing a story. Oh, fuck! Please. All right, never mind. I think you do need to call an ambulance. What the fuck is going on? What is happening?
Who's Joseph Smith?
Oh, he wrote the Book of Mormon. I'm glad you asked. Here on a mission.
Yeah, I'd call an ambulance.
I was trying to find a job, and then my friend got hit with a pipe wrench right here.
This sucks. I'll be honest with you. This is like, I don't know.
What the fuck happened here?
This is top content. What did you can't stop again?
He got
This is,
ran
like,
over by a
kinda
tow truck,
cancerous.
and then he
There's
told
like
me to
a
be
ton
fine.
of fucking
and
chaos
he's
happening.
not
People
fine.
are like,
It doesn't look very
people
good.
are
I talked to you guys like
so
30
tryharding.
seconds ago. It was
Sir,
fine.
People are
Are you
so fucking
responsive?
I didn't have
tryharding.
nothing to do with it, boss. Right? I didn't touch him.
Okay.
Where
I'm not blaming
they're
you
like,
unless you did.
no RP. Everyone's trying to make money.
Oh my god.
Like there's
Volume
bedlam. There's like 50
okay?
fucking
A man
stupid
just
ass
passed to the tow yard
trucks.
after being hit by a tow truck. Now they die. No, not that.
I don't
part.
even. I'm not even annoyed with
He
like
needs an ambulance.
someone marking my fucking.
he's
Someone marking my
unconscious.
ambulance or my van and
bolt?
just stealing it.
Does anyone
That's
know
fun.
like
That
any,
you can make RP out of that, but it's like, what the
you
fuck?
know, CPR, medical stuff like that?
Nah, I only did a little bit of medical
Oh,
stuff
the
when I was
EMS is on the
volunteering in
way.
Africa.
Just don't move him. What if he's got a broken neck?
I won't. I learned something today.
What'd you learn?
They can't cure French. French friend was hit in the head. And I thought maybe they also had a cure for being
Someone
French.
please call a fucking
We
ambulance.
did.
There's an
Okay.
ambulance on the way. There's one on the way. Relax. You'll be alright.
Relax.
Just try
My
not to move.
spine
You'll
is
be grand.
compressed.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Told you not to move him. I'm smart.
Yeah. Okay. So we can just rent this truck.
This
Oh,
guy's
there's
just
an
had a
ambulance
rough
out on the
couple of
road.
Seconds.
Guys,
Somebody
there's an
towed
ambulance
his
right outside the
van
road.
and
I think to the hospital too.
somebody towed his van
No,
and then he got
here,
run over by a
actually,
tow
next
truck.
to you. I
and then he
do, man.
flashed.
I do.
Yeah, the
I
Toyota
do.
is like
Shut
a
the
fucking
fuck up.
dog-eat-dog
Okay,
world
I'm
right now.
literally gonna not play
You have
this
your head
game.
on
Fuck you
swivel.
guys do
Commercial?
this.
I came back to tell you, just like,
again.
you need to, I don't know if you know, but you gotta go get a tire from Mosley's if you're gonna be towing.
Tire from Mosley? Is that
Yeah,
the
you
buy
go-
in there?
Go buy a spare tire. It's a mechanic shop over further south.
My friend
It's
is
like
still
I'm
at
getting
the
fucking
hospital, so maybe I'll
flashbacks
keep
to
on
like
riding.
all of the
Yeah, you
worst
buy a
aspects
tire,
of
'cause
roleplay.
some of your jobs you're gonna have to replace some
with
tires.
like
You need to have a spare one.
chat hoppers,
Okay.
backseaters,
Noted. Thank you.
fucking people who are like hyper grindy, like it's a fucking MMORPG.
Sorry
Like,
you
what
got
are you
ran
gonna do
over.
with the
Good
fake
luck with
money
life.
that you buy? What are you gonna do with the fake
I
money
think
in
he
the
needs
server, guys? Come on.
Is he dead?
No, I think he passed out again.
Nah, he'll be fine. He's probably just in a lot of agony. He messaged on the way.
I
Anyway.
hear the EMS.
Looks like he's twitching a little bit.
Give him space.
The ambulance is over there. It's way over there.
Let me go flag him down.
We can just go to the 24/7 over here.
This ginger guy fell down.
This guy messaged.
God. Are you with me?
I'm dying. I think I got slammed by a fucking tow truck.
Yeah, that's happening a lot, huh?
I'll meet you guys at the
your
hospital.
leg is. I'll take care of his right side. Take care of his left.
All right.
All right.
And
I'm gonna get a tourniquet around your leg here, sir. It seems to be bleeding pretty bad. Do you feel cold, dizzy, or nauseous?
I feel all of those things.
Yeah,
As
I
a matter
bet
of
you
fact,
do.
I feel nothing at the same time.
You know, that's probably a good thing, considering how badly
side
this
looks
car
pretty
did to you.
good. It's not bleeding or anything.
Oh, his right side's a little fucked. If you could take care of his head, I can take care of his arm and leg.
All right, let me just.
Yeah, he might need a
bandage that up
C-collar.
I slammed you with
Yeah,
my
I'm gonna
tow
clean
truck.
off
Here's
the
a
cut
hamburger.
with some
Goodbye.
saline
Yeah, I
and
mean,
wrap some bandages around it, and then
Mhm.
I'm gonna get a C-collar on you. I'm gonna make sure that there isn't any spinal injury or anything like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, your arm here is looking pretty swollen, though. I'm worried there might be a fracture, so I'm gonna get a splint around it, okay? Just stay patient. Stay still.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh.
What's your name, by the way?
I'm Donny O'Sullivan.
Nice to meet you, Don. I mean, not nice to meet you, but good to meet you. I'm Kiki. Once we get this bleeding from your head taken care of, we'll get you to the hospital, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, let me just
Yeah,
wrap
of
another
course.
set of bandages around there, see if that helps. It might still end up bleeding through the bandages, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most I'm not like a fucking RP purist by any means, okay? And I'm not the best RPer
Right,
by
looks
any
like we
means,
might
but
be
it's
good
just,
enough
like,
to
pure
transport you,
grinders
okay?
are so fucking
All right,
annoying.
there we go.
All right,
That's
let's
it.
get you in there. Gonna get you on this spinal board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna move you nice and slow.
Oh no,
don't
I'm
worry.
feeling that now.
I bet you
Good luck,
are.
bye. Don't die, mate. See you later.
All right, have a good day.
I'm gonna go get a waiting.
Hotel 876 Central Hospital, 147. If you want to say some memorial.
Yeah.
Me too.
Sweating in an RP server is wild. Yeah, I mean, it's just a part of the process. I do it too sometimes, so it's like...
I hope not more.
Yeah.
This one too.
some of them can't go above 4th gear and stay below.
Hey man.
Nope. Nope. They all do that.
With the red engine light. Yeah, every one of them is red engine lights. A couple of them still go above 60, but most of them don't.
Bestest one will do
Osleys
is
will not
62.
have parts until probably tomorrow or the day after. The advanced repair kits that we got from the PD will only put a door back on. They don't help with the engine at all.
There you are.
All right.
All right, let's get you upstairs.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not gonna run with you just because I know you're in a delicate state. We're gonna get you settled into bed. I'm gonna get you a doctor.
God will protect her.
When you get
Hey,
the
there's
chance,
the-
can you help this
Pardon me?
lady out the bed? Yeah. I'm straight noodle armed at this point. I can't do nothing.
Ooh, there are a lot of people everywhere. I was trying to break it up.
Is that
There
a
you go.
sheriff? Is that a cop?
There's 2 of them over there. Yes.
Oh, could you, if you don't mind, could you call him over here as well?
Sure.
I'd like to report an incident.
The man would like to make a police report.
Oh, that's very touching, honestly.
I'm glad that you guys are such good friends.
This is a very nice friendship
Do
I've
you need
witnessed.
comfort? By a tow truck and wants to make.
It's not working.
He wants someone to talk to him though. Okay.
Okay, so who got hit by a tow truck?
Oh, wow.
Oh, he did.
You have some swelling.
Okay.
Oh, he did, officer.
Okay.
Hi,
So,
Dr. O'Donnell, can you hear me?
let me get on the other side.
Oh,
What happened?
your big body is stepping over me. Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You'll get
Oh
over it.
God. All right. Okay. Oh.
Okay. So tell me, who's driving this tow truck? Do you know?
All right. First and
Look okay, but
foremost,
let me try to
officer,
help you
I've
to your
got
feet and see
two.
if I'm
I've got to
mistaken,
tell you
alright?
2 things. Number one, I believe that there's a
10
big
count?
crime happening in
Give me
this
a
city,
7.
and I'm going to uncover it
Six.
as a journalist. I'm going to uncover it.
Oh, you're
I
part
did
of the
get
media.
hit by a tow truck as well, but the other
19.
crime is that
Not too much that we can do. about it.
Okay. You still can't
I
get
believe
up, can you?
people are falsely marking cars in this tow truck syndicate.
Let's try this again.
Uh-huh.
Can you stand up on your own?
So, are you
Okay,
okay?
ginger guy?
Sure, you're okay.
Hey, do y'all have a
Person
psychology?
behind me, if you need anything, let me know.
I'm a missionary. I've helped lots of people with their problems. I don't believe in psychology, though.
I think this religious fanatic was next to me as well when the truck hit me.
Yes. I'm not what religious fanatic. That's kind of mean.
Let me try.
Oh God. Okay.
Technically, it's not an
Let
insult.
me try this again.
I'm not fanatical,
For some
though.
reason, I may have noodle arms.
Yeah, are you?
doing?
I guess some might say that, but I'm not. I'm God sexual. I love God. It's the only thing I ever will love.
Okay, well that's good. I like that. Now listen,
Still nothing, right?
here. Sorry, I keep stepping up on this guy, but
Oh, it's
he
okay.
probably deserves it.
Okay.
He's a member of the
Oh.
media.
Bones. For some reason, I can't.
here, honey?
It's no, I'm not. The sheriff keeps.
on?
I can
He
treat
keeps
them, but
stomping on my
noodle arms.
my feet.
Forever.
Okay, listen to me.
So I'll
Here's
treat
what-
everybody along here.
honey. I'm right
Oh my lord. I have noodle arms permanently, Dr.
All right,
Bashir,
I'll try to
so I don't know why, but
You want to go ahead and get a
treat them at least.
I was too loud. I can't hear anything.
I'm having a problem. I don't. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to come
Not
back.
so you're all good. I can go to you there.
Right. Yeah, I got these noodle arms. I'll be right back.
Yeah, my arms are noodle too.
Hey, I feel like you're doing this on purpose now.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'll heal them and then get them all feeling much better. Here we
Okay,
go.
what the fuck?
If I missed
This has to be police brutality at this point,
How the
right?
hell did that happen to you, Carmine?
Well, fortunately, it ain't.
Okay. So they're all good, Dr. Bashir, but I have noodle arms for some reason permanently. I don't know what's gonna.
Now listen to me very carefully.
Why are
Okay.
they so
These
loud?
beds are way the hell too close to one another. I'm gonna need you to make a police report at a separate time because it's absolutely damn chaos in here.
Yes, I can't hear anything that's going on. I simply thought it was because of the concussions that I've received, either from your boots or the tow truck that slammed into me earlier.
Well, allegedly.
Which one is the alleged one, sir? The tow truck or your boots? On
Both.
my shins.
Yeah, both. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I don't know if I can treat the patient in their position. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I think. Hey, I think. By the way, I think he's.
Got it. I'm helping him.
Okay, you got him, you got him? Okay.
Yeah. Let me try to help them here. You stay put. I know it's an uncomfortable position, but ooh, it looks like your right arm needs a splint.
sorry, is that a officer?
Right, so hold still.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna leave, and there's way too many people in here. Me and Lenny over there, we're gonna leave, and we're gonna get this figured out.
All right.
Yeah, make a police report at a separate time. There's way too many voices in here.
Doesn't seem like the police do care about the citizens of this beautiful city, does it?
I agree with you, sir.
God
I agree
cares.
with you.
That's why God is here in the city.
Yeah. Treating this patient here. Can I help you? Okay. Be here.
Also
That's
help this
good.
guy. Help you with this guy.
Yeah, I'm taking care of his left arm here.
Am I fucked
legs.
up? I might be
Okay.
broken because it says I'm incapacitated.
the
I
right
might
arm
like have
next.
actually broken the fucking.
Okay, I'll do the
Am
right
I
arm
bugged?
next. All
Damn,
right.
sharp dresser is this guy. I like it.
Yeah, I do like it too. You did just very well, sir. Oh shit. Good shots.
Oh, yeah.
This is
I'm gonna treat the head here.
Ooh, I'm still working on the legs.
Yeah, you got pretty messed up there, sir. What happened? You gonna file a police report, or what happened to you? Right?
I got slammed into by a tow truck in the
Oh,
parking
Jesus.
lot of the tow company.
Not
I
the
didn't
first,
almost
not the
die, I
last
did die.
developments. These tow truck riders are kind of out of control these days.
I'm gonna wrap the midsection here.
Yeah, I'm still just on this guy's legs. I mean, they
Yeah.
really took a hammer and
What do you mean, Ty? It's on the side of God.
right
And
leg
then-
seems to be pretty good, though.
When I called over the fat cop over to give him a report of the situation, he kept stepping on me.
All right. Yeah, Dr. Bishop, I'm so sorry. I don't think I can help anybody
No.
to their feet. Okay, you got this?
No problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and help you up to your feet. Okay. So if you can just put one arm on my one shoulder, other arm on my other shoulder, and then on the count of three, we'll heave together and pick you up. Okay.
All right.
Cool. 1, 2, 3, and up we go.
Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh. I think I've now got noodle arms also. Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna give it one more shot. No, it's not gonna work. Okay, sir. I'm so sorry about this inconvenience. I'm just gonna quickly. Hey, Dr. Valentino. How are your
Everything
arms?
okay? A lot better. I just woke up again.
Oh, great. Yeah, because mine just conked out. Could you help this guy up, please?
Absolutely.
Okay. Wait, while it's a bit calm, I'm gonna quickly take a nap, and I'll be right back in.
All right, sounds good.
All right, honey. Get on up and see how you feel.
Oh, okay. Oh, I feel like a new
You all
man.
right? Awesome.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
For
Have
all
a
your
great
help.
day.
You have curing hands.
Thank you. I've been
You okay?
told that.
I just wanted to make sure. I saw you get hit.
I'm not okay at all. I thought that I'd never be able to walk again.
My friend here, who's aggressively French, got hit in the head by a
They didn't
pipe
get,
wrench.
get stabbed.
Oh, it looked like a pipe wrench to me.
People are crazy in this city.
Did you know that they don't have a cure for French?
Wait.
What is
are
wrong
you-
with French?
Are you telling me that she started speaking French after getting hit with a pipe wrench?
No, she's just always been French. I was just wondering if they had a cure.
Oh, I don't believe that's a medical condition. I'm not gonna
That's
lie.
sick.
What? It's just very aggressive.
Yeah, well, I can help
What's
that,
your
you know.
accent, sir? I've never heard anything like it.
I'm Irish. Donny O'Sullivan.
Irish?
What's your name, sir?
I'm Elder Spencer Smith.
Why
I'm
does it say?
Fapius.
I'm here for you.
Why does it say Peter on your name tag then?
We honor my friend Peter. He's my missionary partner. Usually we come in groups of 2. He's no longer with us.
What happened to him?
Things.
Let me take a look at you, honey. Okay, where did they stab you?
What? That's it? What kind of things?
Okay,
Not good things.
Okay. Do you care to elaborate, or? I mean,
I was
feel
wandering
like-
through the desert from Salt Lake City to Los Santos. And day 3 of wandering through the desert, I was very hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of blacked out. Next thing I knew, I just had Peter's name tag. And so I wore it around. I think that God must have taken him early.
Seems quite interesting. Okay. So you were in the desert and you blacked out, and your friend is gone. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he went with God. where I hope to go one day, to the Celestial Kingdom.
Right, okay, Celestial Kingdom. Okay.
Have you ever heard about the Book of Mormon?
I have not. What is the Book of Mormon?
Well, you see, there was this really cool guy. His name was Joseph Smith. He found golden tablets in his backyard, left by the angel Moroni. And he wrote them down, and he converted them into words that we could understand. And anyways, I live my life on those teachings. It's kind of like a God DLC. I don't really know how else to describe it. But like Lord of the Rings Extended Edition. From all the
Isn't
stuff.
this guy interesting?
Yes, very, very interesting indeed. So what happened to Peter is, it seems to me like what happened to Peter is a little bit more interesting than the Mormon stuff, though, you know?
What do you mean? Peter's just in the Celestial Kingdom. He probably has all 2 wives, a family, and everything. He's probably repopulating another planet somewhere else, for as we speak.
I don't want to. Repopulating a planet, you say? Okay, all right.
Part of my
Very
mission.
Nice.
My
Very
afterlife
nice.
mission.
All right, well, I'm gonna go and try to hunt down some more stories. But
what do you do for a job?
Currently I'm in between jobs right now. I would like to work for Weasel News, but I'm a bit of an independent reporter at the moment.
No problem. You okay?
Oh, that's great. Just trying to find
What's
work
your
too
name?
to make more money
Scared that I have lung
for
cancer.
the church.
Right. For the Mormon
If you ever
Church.
need help, if you ever need help with anything, love volunteering, love helping.
Brock, sir.
Okay, I feel like I'm about to do the most unwise thing I've done so far and give you my phone number, but it seems like you have some interesting stories to tell, so...
Of course. Love to help out.
Okay.
Alright, here it is. Fuck it, why not? Okay, it's 420.
Hi.
7, 8,
I don't know.
2.
Yeah, he's worried about lung cancer after he smoked cigarettes. I was going to do a quick MRI on him, but you can go ahead and take over if you want. It's my day off.
Wow, thank you.
That's a big skip for me.
Okay, no problem.
I got it right here in my head, and I'll throw it in my phone.
Alright, very nice. Well, I hope to see you again, but maybe in better circumstances.
Of course.
Where you don't
Remember,
sound
I'm always
so
in the yellow
fucking
pages.
crazy.
You guys need
You can always
medical
call me if you need
attention or
help.
anything?
Literally
No,
anything.
thank you.
Will do.
Guys, okay?
Do not send him a contact. There probably is a way to do it, but I don't remember. Should have rizzed the doctor. Yeah, dude. Fuck all the characters and have sex with them. And
What the fuck is wrong with society, man?
all right. I feel discarded just like the EMS littered all over Los Santos, outside of the hospital. Day 1 has been a major failure so far. I've lost my news van. I've lost almost my life. I've lost my job prospects. Seems like the city is quite chaotic. What is to be done? But the news never stops. And it seems to me like I've uncovered quite the conspiracy. A towing conspiracy. Let's twat it out. A towing conspiracy, bagging and tagging. Crime is rampant in Los Santos. Even on the straight and narrow sides of commerce. The CC program you're running is amazingly bad but so entertaining. What's the CC program?
Hey, mister. Excuse me.
Oh, police reporter. Oh, Twitch CC, yeah. Police brutality, public servants, or abusers. Police brutality. Police brutality on the even inside the hospital. Weasel News. Public servants or abusers. Police brutality on the rise even inside of hospitals. Hashtag Weasel News.
Say yeah.
Waiting for a job offer. I never even got to rent the fucking truck. I don't even... Where was it? Where is the rental? City Hall is over here. Electronics store. It's the laundromat, I think. Blue car. HasanAbi. Where the fuck is the blue car? I don't even see it. I might just do a garbage depot job, maybe. That could be fun. Like, what's a one-person job that I can do? I just want to do a one-person job just to test it out. You know what I mean? Grime deliveries. I don't know where the fuck they are. Where is it? No, I heard lumberjack doesn't pay well at all. Dude, news reporter doesn't work. Tow trucking. Tow trucking might, but oh, it's just trucking. I guess I can do trucking. I can try trucking. I've tried Group 6 yesterday. I've got a good handle on that. I'm trying to diversify my portfolio. The reason why... Oh, fuck. Wait, what the fuck? What? Oh, trucking is so far. I don't have a car. Did you know there's a CNN reporter named Donnie O'Sullivan? Yes. Oh, shit. My fucking food is here. I have to go. Even before Will gets here. I have to leave. My family decided to visit. Food's here. Fuck. Can I just... What was it like? Can I exit here? Alright. I'm gonna go hang out with my family. My family's here. I will do more. I will do more roleplay. Fear not. I'm into it. I'm enjoying it. In spite of the obvious, like, minor hiccups that happen in roleplay all the fucking time. It is what it is, you know? I would quick roleplay cold turkey like that's frowned upon. Just FYI, I know you're new to this. Okay, dude. I don't remember. Do I have to always go back to the apartments to end it there, or... I don't remember it. But anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Took a little bit of a... Not like a roleplay L, but the worst type of L. Which is basically when you just get, like, technically boofed. But it'll be alright. Anyway.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun.
Anyway, love you guys. I feel bad for bailing on Will, but it'll be all right. He'll survive this. I'll help him. Will was late. I mean, yeah, I thought we were gonna do it like around 5, and he said he couldn't do it until like 7. So it's my fault too. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Great names take on breath. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.